Taxes! Beautiful, lovely taxes!
Sire, you have an absolute skill for encouraging contributions from the poor.
To coin a phrase, my dear counsellor, rob the poor to feed the rich. Am I right? Tell me, what is the next stop, Sir Hills?
Let me see. Oh, yes, the next stop is Nottingham, sire.
Oh, the richest plum of them all. Notting. Ham.
The poor.
Poor. You know you're rich when you have extra vowels to use for the poor.
You know what we call them? We do that in Australia. It's called a diphthong. And it's an actual, it's distinctive to the Australian accent where we add vowels that aren't there.
It's like the South here.
No, like that.
No.
Instead of just no.
Oh,
Yeah, no.
Ooh.
Like that. Yeah.
Speaking about useless plebes, what's up, chat? How are you?
Get started early.
Leftover people. Can I call them leftovers?
I mean, you can. I don't know how it's gonna pan out for you.
Pet in space. Be gone. I should have been born filthy rich, just next.
That would have suited you. Trust fund.
Yeah.
Prince of Saudi Arabia rich, just like
I have extra
I'm gonna steal $2 billion and no one's gonna notice for 3 years.
Yeah. I have harems in every building I own. Just I could not possibly comprehend not having something I want instantly.
Mm-hmm. I like Charles. Did you see Charles?
No, what happened there?
He has to sign documents to become the king, and they have it's a bit of a misunderstanding because they have rules when you're a monarch and there's things, and he's a stickler for that, and he's known for that, and he's known for being cantankerous, and he's like, I cannot be expected to push aside things on my desk, and he's going like this to the servants. He's going like this, literally goes like that to the servants.
That's the type of wealth that I want. I can't even, this is insane. I actually have to turn my fan on. I should have my woman do that. Hold on, let me do that.
Your lady servant. Hyper says if Camel was a Saudi prince, he would have a whole alligator pit dedicated to throwing various loved ones.
All right, I'm back. What's up, everyone? What's up, Hyper Wizard? I can't. Can I show you? There you go. Rancher.
Guess what, Camel?
What's that?
I'm speaking to you now through an Ethernet cable.
The future.
We have fiber internet.
You've done it.
We've finally reached the
welcome to the early 2000s, everybody. Yeah. we worked together.
I can now in 2022. I can finally stream in 1080 HP, whatever it is, 1080p, which is high def for YouTube.
Yeah.
I couldn't do that earlier, even if I wanted to. I mean, I'm not sure if I do want to, but I might give it a whirl for a month, see if it's worth it.
I mean, it's like $50 to pay for it.
It's a lot of money,
and it's an insane jack because it starts at 20, and then it's more than double. It's that's not.
But you do get other options that I want to take for a spin. So I've just finished reading Battle Brick Road, which was excellent. Lost
Oh, good.
Pages 2, which was excellent, and I'm halfway through Tiger Blue, which is a lot of fun as well. And so I want to start getting back into the whole deep dives. Mel read Cryptidnals. I haven't read it yet. I was thinking of doing like a let's do a joint review thing. Not like a review, not like well read something, but just like where we talk about the book.
I've decided I will never review CG books, but
yeah, no, I'm not going to say like I'm going to like critique the composition. No, nothing like just like
panel 9
like
some work, bro. Yeah,
no, nothing like that. No more like this is Cryptidnals. This is what we like. This is really cool. That sort of stuff. Nothing. I would never as well. I really think they should have gone with a longer panel format on this page.
The pros here are just completely out of touch with modern society. Like, wow, it's a little deep. I have something to show you, actually.
Yeah.
My junk. All right, let me I gotta go find it. You know, that's the problem with showing shit. And you gotta like, let me actually go get it. All right, let me bring my page up here. Share. Look at that. People getting their shit.
Oh, wow. This is the best part. Enjoy this. This is the best part. That's awesome.
This guy got, looks like it was the egg salad perk. It was one book, a lunchbox. You got the print, the Frega standee, the sticker. Everyone got a pin. He got sunglasses. Some people, like we had 60 lunchbox sales and 50 sunglasses. So I had to,
some people missed out. I like that he photographed it on a very Camel Moon-esque psychedelic.
Yeah, it looks nice. There. Yeah, he needs to raise his brightness a little, But what else we got here? I'm gonna go back.
Yes, shame your backers for their photography.
You didn't do it right, bro.
And these people, the people who share your stuff on Twitter are like the cream of the crop of your supporters too. Like, these are the best.
He didn't do it right.
Guys, can you take a second after the fact to balance your white level, your white balance, and think of the exposure, think of your background, think composition. Have you ever heard of the golden ratio?
Yeah, turn your flash off. I mean, look, if you're gonna do it right, But yeah, so ultra maga-ness. Snark.com. Sorry, it says Snark.com. Yeah, Snark.com. There you go.
He's in the chat right now.
What's up, Snark? Snarkies. Hey, that's me. That is you.
That's his remote. I see his remote. I see. What is that? A coffee lid? What is that?
Yeah, I don't know what this is. Definitely
junk on the floor. Come on, clean up your room.
This is an Armani bag. I mean, this is your leg. This is your thigh, dude.
I didn't want to see Snark's thigh. Ew.
Yeah. Well, when I think of Hail Salad, I think of, man thighs and and coffee tops. So, yeah, very cool. So this dude got it too. This guy, I was saying, just posted. This is, the insignia, like, when the Count of Monte Cristo sends you that invitation, you're like, oh, it's official now. So that was all very cool. We're going to get more of those. We're at 374 emails. So maybe we'll get 400 by the end of the week. That would be cool. So yeah, slowly moving up.
Do you remember in Godfather 2, the original wannabe gangster in old New York, the one that Vito shot outside his apartment? You remember he would wear like the coats and he would go, I just want to wet my beak.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that guy?
Yeah.
Remember how he walks around New York?
Look at this, like the hand.
Like this. And everyone's like, hey, Don. He's like, that's you now. That you're a CG fulfilled credit. You're walking around like,
thank you. I just want to wet my beak. You're that guy? Yeah. You're the guy who gets shot in the head? Yeah.
Yeah, by the up and comer who wants what you've got. He's like, he has guns, we have guns. What? Yeah, the black hand. Yeah, exactly, Jeremy.
Yeah.
He has guns, we have guns. What's it? What you know.
Well, at least I was made, you know. I was old school Little Italy, so that's fine with me.
I make him an offer he don't refuse.
What else we got here? I wanted to show you. I want to show you something I'm working on. This is the. It's going well. This is tunnel vision. Yeah, but we have a lot of layers here, a lot of characters people haven't seen for the fabulous X-Men.
Oh yeah. We there's ones you've only spoken of.
Yeah.
So what's that? What does he say? There's characters you've only whispered of. To say them out loud.
Just dreamt of. All right. Well, let's do the first one here. First reveal. Hey, it's shots fired.
Shots fired. Let's get in there.
And he's got
his
bullhorns. Megaphones. Yeah. He's got a gun. He's bullet holes all over him. So that's my Cable Deadpool rip.
Hang on, remind us of shots fired powers. Remember how you had that like blurb on all of them that was so good.
Yeah,
I can't remember what it
shots fired has the power to shoot out, a million different things, but he's always wrong on everything. he always misses no matter what happens. So he ends up shooting himself, and that's why he has bullet holes all over him. So that's shots fired. Number 2. Oh yeah, it's email. E-MALE.
Yeah.
Who is
I like how they all remind me of something in pop culture, like just like something on them. Like that reminds me of M. Bison with his hat.
I guess that's
the
I was
tunnel
going
vision.
Tunnel vision.
The tunnel vision, the front of his thing reminds me of the digger from TMNT.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah. I don't know if any of this is conscious, just reminds me of that stuff.
Yeah, just things you pick up. But I like the idea that he was like, because these are all black, right? So, except for his, he's gonna have black slacks, and so he's essentially just like the gay guy from the Village People.
He's an electronic male.
Yeah, exactly. E-male. Okay, finally, well, not finally. We have a couple more here. Close up of there's Catfish. Catfish, who is my Wolverine stand-in, has the power to lure you in with his hooks, and then once you realize how hideous he is, you die.
It's too late. You can't get it.
Okay.
Yeah, they're barbed hooks. You're not getting out. You're not getting away.
And then this is a new one. No one's seen this one. Trans Sister. This is a robot nun who has the she's a robot. And, she can turn into whatever she wants. She got some big old melons. She's sort of my Psylocke stand-in. Trans sister. Yeah. And finally,
I feel it.
Mr. NPC. There he is, everybody. Yeah. Running the team.
Guesses too. That's based on.
Yeah. Obvious. But the more I was looking at Professor X's chair, I was like, it looks like a 90s PC, and I was like, I'll make him Mr. NPC, and I was like, he's a keyboard warrior, and everything it comes up on his screen, he types right there in front of him, and he's got the NPC head. So that's it. It's coming together. This is
so. What's that going to be?
Well, you can kind of see back here. So it's going to have everyone, right? This is going to be. Yeah. I don't know. It's going to be one of two things. I have to decide. It's either going to be a day one cover, or it's going to be a stretch goal print. Either way, it'll be exclusive. Either way, it's going to be, high end. And this is for those of you who don't know, I have different styles of art that I do, like the amount of time that I put into something. So this is going to be essentially the style that I was doing for Malin last year when I did his Godlike. So it's going to be very highly detailed. This is at 400 DPI. So it's not going to be as loose as the other stuff. So this is going to be, when you zoom in, it's going to be very, very well rendered. So it might look really good as a print, might look really good as a poster. But either way, I'll try to make it available. I'll let everyone know when it's available, rather, so that they can get a hand of it.
Well, just to keep in mind, Rini made an absolute killing on that day one cover. Like just
Well,
crushed it with that.
If it's not the day one cover, I have another. There will be a day one cover. I just don't know if it'll be this. That's what it comes down.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
So the other one, I have to finish 2 pieces of art before we launch. We're launching October 14th. I'll just put that out there. That's my birthday. I'll be 40. And so it'll either be this one or I'm going to do sort of a companion cover, and it's going to have all 4 Gator guys or comics Gators, whatever you want to call them, and Boots and Heels on the cover at the same time. And so either one will be a print and one will be the cover, one will be a cover, one will be the print. I haven't decided yet. So, but yeah, so it's all coming together. And I have those 2, and then I'm working on the Camel Knights merchandise. We're gonna have straight up merch just for the show. And Dax Martian is doing a lunchbox for me, just like he did the lunchbox on the Hail Salad campaign. And that'll come with a t-shirt. That'll come with a standee, a sticker, the Ivory Tower Club card. It'll come with an enamel pin. There's gonna be a lot of good shit in there. So yeah, go sign up for that, guys, if you haven't yet. Are you closer to 1,000?
Yeah, I got a whole bunch. I mean, let me have a look. I think it was like I got like 20 away or something.
Oh yeah.
Let me double check. 26 away.
Oh.
Yeah, 974. So
yeah,
I mean, hopefully now I've got my internet back.
We're both 26 away. We're both 26 away.
Yeah, just 26 away from something different. Now that I got my internet back, I'll be able to start doing videos again. Really sort of pumping it up, and yeah, exciting times. Actually, another person just announced. I can't remember who it is. I've got to add them to the calendar. I've got to go back and check my DMs. Another campaign is launching in September. This time on the 30th, I think. It's just
a lot of people.
It's like never ending.
Just in the last day, because like Narwhal launches tomorrow.
Yeah, and if you're like in the CG sort of room, King's Crowd or whatever, and you're launching right now, like I hope you realize how lucky you are to be launching right now, because Ethan doesn't just do this all the time. Like sometimes he's streaming a lot, sometimes he's not, sometimes he's getting people on, sometimes he's not, and he's just in a mood at the moment to help everyone out, which is crazy amazing. Because yeah, what have we seen? Aaron, Reenie, Andy, he'll be doing Narwhal tomorrow. He said he'll have him on and launch him.
Yeah.
And he's been getting big numbers too. He had like 1,500 in there today. It was a pretty interesting stream. But yeah, September. What are we calling it? The September to Remember 2022.
How about Stretch Timber?
I saw that and I was like, that's a bit like Ballers territory. Whenever I think stretched, I just think
I think sacks.
I know what they talk.
Large scrotums.
That's exactly it. I know what they talk about over there. So
yeah,
I did see that, but I thought September to Remember was a good one, and it actually really has been. Like Comicsgate has been trending so much this month. We seem to be on the tip of everyone's lips, for better or worse. I mean, I think it's all better. Even if it's like idiots just bleating the same old tune or whatever, but it's actually like patently helping us, I feel, almost all the time when they're out there being dumb. So yeah, what a September. And then hey, October's, it doesn't look like it's slowing down. So
yeah, I mean, I'm launching. I'm trying to think who else is launching in October. I don't want to like just run through the list, but it's oh, okay. Well, all right. you
don't. Well, all right. You want it to be Camel Moon October? Okay, fair enough.
Let me just get all these chips off my shoulder here. Thank you. No. I just can't remember. I just the other day, Sheila, she was like, "Can you do the the uploads for the next, couple weeks or couple days, whatever it was, because we do those shorts.
And you were like, you were like King Charles. You just can't be
You don't know,
my
bro.
own videos.
I was like, are you crazy, bitch?
That's woman's work.
Fucking another thing. Yeah, like Jim Carrey typing in that meme, like, I'll fucking tell you something. Yeah, no, I was like, nope, sorry. I just like between all the, I have 2 more weeks of packing, and then I have to get this campaign ready.
I mean,
it's just like, it's never ending.
There's no way. If you're fulfilling, there's no way you can do other stuff.
It's and then I'm trying to get this drawn. I have to have 2 finished pieces, like completely finished, because I do my own colors by launch, and I got to build the page. And I was like, I don't have time to do any YouTube stuff.
I don't see how I'll be able to color Fractured Mind, the one that Rod Looper's doing. What I might do is I might color like 2 pages or something, and just try and, because I know there's guys who do a similar style, and just hope I can get my hands on one of them. I mean, it's a very simple style of coloring. It's not involved or anything. It's really just about understanding color theory is, all I really need. And the rest takes care of itself. So like, but I just don't see how I'm going to have time. I'm going to be coming off Painted Death. I want to get right into the 3rd book. Like, unlike last time where I had other jobs I needed to do and that sort of stuff. And I want to just keep going. I don't want to lose this momentum that I'm in now. I've been kicking goals lately,
right?
Getting pages done. I'm planning to, by the end of this week, have the line art, the first pass of line art. This is all pre-Joe's edits, but I think there'll be far less edits this time around because I'm better than I was in the first book. But like 77 pages done, and then I'll be in a real good place. I can do my covers, and then it's the home stretch to finish the rest of the book out. So, yeah.
So, and then there's just so much to do. This right here, I'm just doing. This is the sticker I told Snuggie I'd do for him. So I'm like, I'm rolling it into a marketing art that I'm going to use for the campaign, because I actually needed to build like like sort of a graphic. It's kind of hard to explain, but I was like, all right, let me just get this done. So yeah, there's just so much to do these days. So I was like, you know what, I can probably get that done on the stream.
There's so many little things that sort of pop up that you want to be involved in, but
right,
when you are doing everything yourself, that just means if you do that, so let's say Visions or CG Vacation, it's like you really want to be involved. At the same time, that means that whatever's going on in your book, it grinds to a complete halt. It just stops. So it really is a kind of catch-22 situation.
So
where it's like, I want to get, you want to get out there and make sure that you're seen. And, that's why Coke does advertising, so that, it's always in people's minds. You're always there, somewhere. But at the same time, it's tough.
It is tough. I mean, and it's like, as long as I think you make sure that you put your time out and you don't spend too much time dilly-dallying, then I think you'll be okay. But it's a lot of it comes down to like resource management, time management. And it's just like, okay, I know it's going to take me this long to do this. And, and then you also want to not fall into the rabbit hole of being like, oh, well, I gotta fucking turn this into the next Da Vinci piece that I'm creating, because that's going to be fun.
Yeah.
So, John Alex and Malin just gave Camel Moon the finger. Why? Oh, he started
a stream.
Yeah, that's good. No, it's good when the bigger guys take pity on us smaller guys by not streaming when we're streaming. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Well, we're getting big.
I'm sorry.
getting
Who is
bigger.
that? Oh, there's that shots fired. Did anyone hear him?
It's like, and it's a funny thing. It's like you really can't schedule a time anymore.
No, I know.
So it's just like whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen, and that's it. And I had best laid plans out last week. I was like, I'm gonna stream early. I'm gonna stream an hour early and miss the Jack show. And then what happened? Dal Keown decides to friggin' throw a hand grenade onto comic books. Like they were talking about that, like his sleeping stream, his pass out stream in Comicsgate, outside of Comicsgate, everywhere. And I was like, and then on top of that, Ethan was streaming and EFAT, and I'm like, I'm not going to go up against this.
What do you think I am? I know I know, but what do you think I am? Yeah, it's just there's a lot going on right now. I think a lot of it too is I think a lot of people are really trying to get in before the Christmas push. Because
well, that's what I think this whole thing is. This mad September is everyone trying to get in before Christmas. I mean, we've sort of, it's a thing, like we learn over the years, and everyone has sort of now come to the conclusion that it does tend to get tougher the closer you get to Christmas. And then even January, it can be tough because people are reeling after Christmas. So this is what a lot of the discussions backstage have been about. Do I launch now? Do I wait? Do I like what date exactly? And that sort of stuff. But yeah, like, you know, that. But then again, you could say, well, hey, if no one's launching in November, I'll launch in November and I'll be one of the only few guys. I think there are some people who are launching in November, and I guess we'll just see. I don't know. It kind of ebbs and flows.
We just finished the J's for packing.
Oh yeah, yep.
We will send those out Thursday morning. That's like we have certain days that we can get to the post office because we try to go to a very specific post office because some of the post offices around here are kind of not the best. So yeah, they're all packed. They're all ready to go. And so if you guys are waiting on it, if you're we actually are into the K's, but I don't want to say K's officially just yet. But so yeah, if you guys are waiting on your stuff and your name is Jay, or you know, you start with the J, then you know it'll be mailed out this Thursday, Friday at the latest. And I'm trying to think here. It was the exact half. We had 44 pages, and I did 22, so that'd be exactly. God, it takes forever. I mean,
44 pages of names,
44 full like pages
names and
of
addresses.
Yeah. So I mean, you know, I don't know what size font it is. I mean, you know, but whatever my wife set up. So.
double space.
Yeah, it's all like really. Got 10
really
people.
Big font.
Yeah.
Give me 10 pages on the American Revolution. All right. Size 36 font. Here we go.
So I just want to.
How much longer are you thinking?
What's that?
How much longer are you thinking till it's all done and dusted?
Dude, it's been 2 years. People can wait another week. I don't know how much longer.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying.
I thought you were like ragging on me. Like, I don't know.
I'm just saying, like, for the people in the chat who like, here, Jeremy's like, come on, get to the M's already. You know, there might be people who are like Zachariah Zathiah who are like, damn it.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I'll say this: everyone should 100%. It will definitely be mailed out before we start the next campaign. So, I would say at the latest, the last package will probably go out the end of September. So I don't think that'll be an issue.
Camel's so defensive. He thinks everything's an attack.
I'm just like, relax.
What the fuck you saying, bro?
Relax. Relax. Yeah.
Jeremy says, lol, Zachariah. Yeah, Camel's got the Amish demographic locked down tight. They're all about hail salad. Zachariah and Zebediah. John says, why not sell Camel Knight's merch through eBay? And he says, like EVS, I sell through eBay too. I sold an eBay order today. I mean, I don't have any merch, but I mean, if I did, I could. Would you ever do that?
I'm not doing anything through eBay.
Well, okay, not through eBay, but online through a store.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's just I find it to be
a lot of work.
Yeah, I gotta wake up, I gotta do more shit. No, my issue is that you do that, and then it becomes a second job, and it's like EVS has Andrea and his kids and whoever to do that. I don't have that. To me, it's another YouTube channel. It's just like another thing, and so it's like it's great if there's cash coming in here and there. And it's not even sending it out. That's actually probably easy. It's like I gotta fucking list it, and I've sold stuff on eBay before, and it's kind of I mean, it's like it's a
very dated.
It's just you got it the way you upload and then I don't know. I'm just like I would tell people about it on the show. I guess. I mean, I would just prefer to put my merch out when I put it out, and people can get it when it's available. And if you don't get it, then you don't get it. Because to me, it's actually better, if anything, because then I can be like, well, that's done. We're done with that, whatever that is, that piece of merch, and we're going to move on to something else now. So,
Hyperwizard says eBay is simply beneath me, Camel Moon, and Improby says it's too lowbrow for an ivory tower resident.
Yeah, it's a little down there, It's like Etsy. I know there's some conversation about doing Etsy, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna do that either.
I did Etsy for years. I did Etsy for probably 4 years or something. Did pretty well on it. I mean, I've done eBay. I've sold stuff on eBay since it started almost as well. But no, I want to get my own website set up. It's just it's the same old thing. Who's got time to do all this stuff that needs to get done?
Yeah. So that'll be something to think about once this campaign's over. Because I've also made the decision too, which is not going to be liked by too many people, but I will not be doing a Hail Salad on the Boots and Heels campaign. So
hang on. You'll not be doing Hail Salad.
Yeah, because some people wanted the book. They want a second chance, or
Oh yeah. You won't be selling Hail Salad merch or books on Boots and Heels.
Yeah. And that's just because, well, for a couple of reasons. One, we're going to have an official second chance campaign. And so if we're going to have a second chance campaign, I'm like, well, then you can wait till the second chance campaign, because I don't want to split funds. I don't think that's, I need to make one as profitable as I can based off of the merch that I have available. And then the other thing too is it's not worth it for anyone to do that, because if you, let's say you back Boots and Heels, and then you get that Hail Salad, comic. Well, that's not going to get fulfilled until Boots and Heels does. But when I do the second chance campaign for Hail Salad, that stuff will actually go out before Boots and Heels because it's all made already. So it's actually worth it for people to just wait, 3-6 months, whatever it is, and then because it'll be fulfilled sooner. And so I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna tell people. I'm not gonna waste their time with that.
My plan to get rich in comics is to just keep putting out Lucent stuff so that every new campaign has just everything in my back catalog available on it. And I can do that because it's all one IP. So it's like, get you and just keep adding those bundles. I mean, I noticed that's what people who make a lot of money on their campaigns, they have these big tier bundles, where it's like, get the friggin' collection.
Yeah.
And so by the time Fractured Mind comes out, you'll be able to get Waking Dream, Painted Death, and Fractured Mind on that Fractured Mind campaign. And then by the time the third book comes out, you'll have those 3 as well. So you'll be able to get like a 4-book perk. And that just keeps continually building. I think that's the way to do it. But that's for me, and that's like, it's all part of the same story, so it kind of makes sense. But yeah. John Alexson says you and Malin hate money. There's another way of like looking at it as like Malin creates FOMO.
Yeah, well, that's essentially what I'm doing too. Yeah, it's the same business model. I really agree with it, and I think, especially for this space, it works because it allows itself to work. Because it's like I have to make the product and then I have to send it out. So if I only make so much of it, then I don't have to worry about keeping inventory of it. And then if I want to make more, then I make a second print of that. And then it's like, okay, well, now you got the second print because you didn't catch the first one. So for me, it's fine.
I'm talking about doing is scalable only to a point.
Yeah.
At which point you're talking warehouses, and at which point you're talking warehousing, staff, all that sort of stuff. So it's like it works up to a point. But then, maybe that might become Mel's job, just like it's become Andrea's job with Ethan.
Right.
So, and that point, that's
mow the lawn,
that's what we do.
Take care of the kids.
Mow the lawn. Exactly. Yeah, everything.
Extra orders.
Come on.
Okay.
And what are we having for dinner?
Yeah, cook.
And can you rub my back? I feel really tense at the moment.
This is your job,
woman. Yeah.
Yeah.
Improvi asks, are there Lucent 2 puzzles planned? Yes. I'm probably going to do. I mean, I will have to see when the covers are done. What they look like, how appropriate they'll be for a puzzle. I like the idea of the all the skulls and everything as a puzzle. The controversial, infamous wave page will potentially be a puzzle. So yeah, definitely. I'm keeping the puzzle thing going. It's so appropriate to the story that I'll be keeping that going. This time I'll try and figure out a way to actually make some money on it and not just tread water. But maybe it won't happen. I don't know. Maybe that'll have to wait for another campaign when I'm bigger.
Let me read this here. John Alexson says, Camel Knights merch should not be limited. If you want to grow your channel, it doesn't make much sense to have it be super exclusive. It won't be limited, but it will only be up during the duration of that campaign. I mean, the first Hail Salad cartoon or campaign was up for 2 years. So, it'll be up until we're ready to fulfill pretty much. And, or at least until I'm ready to make that first purchase order, which is going to be all those lunch boxes. But,
yeah, you go into in demand. It's not like you don't go in.
So I'm not going to be like, there's only 100 of these. That you're right. Especially like for expanding a brand, that would not be a good idea. I wouldn't do that. But and then what is this here? Ralph says here, Camel Moon is currently niche. Is it a good idea to make it hard to get on top of that? It's kind of the same question. Yeah, I'm not going to make it that hard. I'll make it, and I'll push it when we're doing the show. I think that'll be fine. I don't think that'll be an issue. Let's see here.
Did you follow any of the discussion that was on Ethan's today with Mitch Brightwise or anything?
Oh,
very interesting. It cut to the core of like what Comicsgate is doing and the direction that they chose and everything. It was a really interesting discussion. Like it's pretty. I don't know if you read what Mitch said. Apparently, like, he got screwed over by his investor, stole all his money, and then they had to go into their savings to make their books, and then they had to sell their house to print everything. And you read that and just like, dude, I mean, you could have just instead of like, I'm gonna go and remake the independent comic book industry by selling through
Look,
Walmart, you could have just stayed
here's the
here and
thing.
sold comics through crowdfunding.
I read that and I just feel like I don't care. Like, look, I don't know, Mitch. I have no history here before any of that. But I see that and I'm just like, well, you're an idiot. I mean, like, I know how that sounds, but I'm just like, how could you think that was going to work? I think there's a lot of guys who are so enamored with the concept of big box retail that they'll fucking do, these mental gymnastics to try to make it work. And I'm like, that's not working. No one's going into Walmart to buy comics. The fact that you even thought this was plausible idea,
that's the whole thing. I mean, and everyone was saying it at the time. Everyone.
Yeah.
And we've been singing the praises of how this is the future. Like, get online. This is where the people are. And it's like, and everyone's saying, no, there's so many more people out there in the real world. I think that's small time thinking. I think get out there, sure, if you can, if it's viable, but don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I think the bigger market is actually online. It's just that no one's really tapped it yet. Not in a massive way anyway. But this either way, digital, like, and I mean by that is like selling through online, whatever services, is the future. And everyone was saying this at the time. It's like going back to Walmart is like, really is like going backwards. And on top of that, you're exactly right. No one's like going, I'm going to go grab my comics to that Walmart. That culture doesn't exist. You're just talking about
in the
random
early 90s, if you were, but like, even then, even when in the early 90s, when I was getting comics at, Caldor, it was fucking ROM. It was, Justice Society. It was Felix the Cat. It was leftover shit that was packaged together. It wasn't like current stuff, or at the most, it was be like, oh, we're going to take all of these, Venom reprints, or Death of Superman reprints and compile them together and put them, they were all direct edition. They all had, none of them had a barcode. That's what you would get. And it's just like, so it was never, to me, I never thought of as like a viable option to sell or to purchase. And the idea that you're going to you're going to rebuild the whole, like, I'm sorry. I just don't buy it. I see it and I just see I see ego before business. And so when I see all of this stuff that, this Mitch was posting, I'm just like, look, I mean, who am I? I'm a humble ivory tower elitist, is surrounded by his action figures. I mean, I'm not, fucking making $1 billion moves here, but I can tell you with the tiny bit of business savvy I have, that seemed like the stupidest thing. And then it all came crumbling down and I'm just like, well, oh, well.
Yeah. It's a real hard, harsh, crazy, because I mean they screwed over their backers, but they then got screwed over by their investor. So it's just like, oh, it's a real hard story to listen to, but you're exactly right. It was never gonna work. That culture that exists in France, like, you could probably do that in France. But you've got to be giving people the right sort of product. That Ethan brought that up as well. Like, the Futurist book and Red Rooster and Bass Reeves, they weren't really the sort of product that a random mother would buy for her 10-year-old.
Right.
And so in France, you could pull this off because that culture still exists over there, where everyone in the family does read comics. and people will just buy them randomly. But yeah, it doesn't exist in America anymore. Hasn't existed in Australia in a long time. And yeah, it was just like, you can just imagine, where would they have been instead if they just thought, oh, we made $200,000 on a single comic. What if we just produced that comic, forgot about everything else, got it out on time, and went on to the next one? Where would they be?
What if we just ran our business like a business and didn't worry so much about the optics of success, because that's what it comes off to me as. It's like we are by proxy.
Yeah, crowdfunding is just a stepping stone to get started. It's just it's the small fry. It's not real. It's not the real thing.
Yeah. So that's what I mean. It's like, it is kind of like, success by proxy. And I'm just like, yeah, it's like, because it's name brand. It's, what it's like. Actually, I think I watched a video was it today or yesterday? And your boy Zach was talking about it. And he was talking about like these guys who are willing to give up a little bit of clout. I'm sorry, willing to give up money for clout, and just saying like, well, I worked on Black Panther. I'm the guy who did that. It doesn't matter. I mean, making $22K a year is worthless. But, when you're at a cocktail party, or when you're hanging out with, your other 32-year-old, wannabe dipshit friends, and you're the guy who gets to say they work for Marvel, then it's, it's like, oh, well, he's the one who actually knows what he's talking about. That's what it comes off like. It's just like, oh, well, you your book's in Walmart. All right. But it's like, I don't see that as a win, personally. I see that as just like,
well, especially now that it's come out, like what the actual numbers are for what comics sell. I remember when I first used to look into like what novels sell and stuff like that, I was shocked to hear that 5,000 gets you on the New York Times bestseller list.
Yeah.
I was like, that's nothing. 5,000. That's a drop in the water. And then now you hear that people are selling less than a dozen. What is it? Half of the books that they make sell less than a dozen. You're like, this is not a sustainable business. This is not a kind of like, you want to break new ground into that business right now. Like that. Like, you better find a new way of doing things, which is you selling comics on YouTube. Like, that's the craziest part of this whole story, is they actually got to the mountaintop. It's so weird, actually, like considering how many comic skaters would, I won't say they'd kill, but metaphorically, they would kill in Minecraft to get to that mountaintop that so many others have reached, and just decided, oh, this was nice. I'll go do something else now. While
the other thing too is, I feel like
scrounging for $5,000, $6,000, busting their ass for these tiny amounts. Then there's other people who are like, oh, that was nice, I deserve this, I'll use this as a stepping stone onto something bigger and better.
I wonder though, because I mean, what is going on? Get out of here. I feel like it's the type of success that you can determine as just like a layman. Like, every time I would go into Walmart, it wasn't like these things were flying off the shelf. And so I was just like, all right, well, there was, Nora's Story and whatever the other books were, Chicken Man, whatever it was, And so I'm just like, okay, it's like, and on top of that too, they were putting the sticker right on the book. So it's like all collectability of it was down. And it was just like, it wasn't, I mean, not that I expected to be put in a sleeve, but like, why are you putting a sticker on the book? I mean, isn't there already a UPC on it? I don't know. The whole practice just came off like they had no idea what they were doing. Spike of Madness says no. The other, you want the other hand? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know which one I'm gonna do. I don't know. Which one.
Are you drawing a fist or a reach?
Well, right now I'm trying to figure
Doing
out
the
what
easy thing or the hard thing? What's easier for you, a fist or this?
No, either or. It doesn't bother me. The issue is my my keypad is fucking up, so it looks like I have to click onto this.
It looks like Schrodinger's hand at the moment.
Yeah.
Does that screw up often? That keypad?
Once every 100 days or something. Yeah. No, it's I don't really know what's happening with it. Like, I hit P and it's going to print. It shouldn't say print. It should obviously say it should be going to.
I've considered getting these things before, but I am so used to the keyboard now, and every now and then I'll like consciously remember what I'm doing. I'll pay attention to what my left hand is doing, and it's like a classical pianist over there. It's doing all these weird contortions, and I never look, and it knows exactly where to go. And it's all muscle memory. I'm not controlling it at all. So I don't want to mess with it. I don't want to do anything that might slow it down. Because I remember Carlo Rowe showed me that he uses a friggin' PlayStation controller.
Okay.
I guess
I'm sorry. I'm like trying to do 10 things here, so I can't really.
Okay, sure.
Okay. So that's the option. The option is that, where he's reaching out at you, or a fist.
The reaching makes more sense to me.
It does, right? Yeah, that's why
because otherwise it's like a big fist bump. It's like fist bump.
Yeah. So
if you're doing that kind of ready for action pose, whereas the fist is to the end of an action. The fist is,
and also her hand is out too.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that makes more sense. I'll just get rid of the fist altogether.
Checkpoint says, I wish I had that. I change my hot buttons every week. Oh man, if I had to relearn this stuff, the very few things get me angry and grumpy and frustrated. But one thing that is technology not working as I expect it to. And Camel knows that. And I know that about Camel too, because when we're trying to set up the friggin' video game show,
you've seen me go off like a psycho in traffic.
Yeah.
Like
Camel's about to kill someone.
There's about to be murder, blood in the streets. It's like all you have to do is the one thing you have to do. And it infuriates me because it's like, oh, this is the new, better, improved, yada, yada. No, just make the fucking first thing work. Just make it work. It seems to be a real issue. Actually, I think I saw a couple of clips about like Elon Musk was talking about this. And he was talking about how it's like taught to like young engineers and such that you have to like improve on stuff. But the idea of just making something that works or keeping something that works is like long gone. Like they don't worry about that like they need to. And so you always have improvements where you don't need them. And as a result, you have shit that doesn't work because it's not optimized to work the way, it's supposed to be set up to. And there's nothing that aggravates me more. And then, it's like you're like my wife has this issue too. Like she'll be like updating the PlayStation or she'll be updating the TV itself. And she's not super technically savvy. And like, it like we're ready to eat dinner. And then the whole TV is like, oh yeah, we're not doing that now. No, fuck you. You got to update this. I'm like, what? No, what do you do? Like, no, forced upgrade. We've got to do new firmware. We got to update fucking HBO. Why? Why? I don't want any of this. It's infuriating, and it's like I don't.
We have
There's
an
like
old
no way to
TV.
fix it.
We
What's
have
that?
an old TV, and yeah, we're not updating it until it. I mean, it's already on the fritz, but
Yeah.
it still works almost all the time. Picture looks fine. I don't want to update it. I don't want any of this. I don't want my TV talking to me, telling me it's going to update anything.
Mhm.
Just turn on and work. I don't need anything else. Yeah, I can plug in in the Apple TV. It works fine. That's like
Yeah.
that's the futuristic as it needs to get.
All right, what's this here? This is nothing. I'm trying to think if there was anything else I wanted to bring up. I had so many things. I was like, oh, we should do a show. And then I got through all of it in the first 20 minutes of the show. I'm like, all right, well, I guess I'll just draw some penis fingers. But
I drew so many penis fingers. And the penis finger always comes about when you're doing foreshortening. It's like here comes the dick finger.
Fingers.
Yeah.
Here come the wieners. It for everyone watching, it won't look like that. This is just a rough. Like once I'm in there, it'll be fine. But awesome one says, I have an LG. It's always updating. I've had LGs. I've had Samsungs. I used to have be Samsung exclusive kind of guy. And every time I bought a Samsung TV, at some point within the life cycle, under 5 years, there'd be some fucking red line right down the center or a green line across the top of it. I was like, oh, I'm done with this. I don't know what the fuck this is. So when we moved to the new house here, I got everything LG. And so far, so good.
Our LG's like 12 years old or something. It's fine.
Yeah. Yeah. And it updates on occasion. It's not as bad as like when the PlayStation updates, but it is still.
Here's something. Micra says, explain what the hell is up with the Dracula comic. It's covered in some weird grid. I was just shared this. I don't know. I didn't grab Dracula, so I don't have any reference. I'm going to check out the Dracula Indiegogo page and see if there was anything on there that might illuminate the situation. My thinking is it's some sort of weird digital moire pattern. I've never seen it before, but I never been involved in.
Let me take a look.
In printing. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, yeah. There you go. Can I share my screen?
Yeah.
All right. Where is it? Where the hell have you gone? I've got so many tabs open. Oh, there you are. Okay. All right. Yeah. If we look at so these are the.
Let me bring it up. Okay.
These are the digital pages. And so these are JPEGs.
Yeah.
Yeah. These are JPEGs that were saved. And you can already tell that he's using a like a digital, what's it called? Is it like a halftone? Yeah, like a digital, like it's like a manga,
like a mezzotint or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's already creating a square. So that's the JPEGs, which is a compressed image files, interpretation of what's going on. Now, I've had someone send to me. You can see it here, like in these dresses. There's a moire pattern happening.
Well, that's because he's probably got his DPI so low on that, right? So if he brought, like, I have that issue, so I'll, like, anyone who uses Clip Studio Pro is going to have that issue. So I always make sure that it's high enough, so that you see dots and not a pattern. Because unless you want a pattern,
can I show you something else?
Okay, good.
Let me share something else. So I just wanted to check that. I just want to see if that was on the official, like on the actual images itself. But this is a photograph of what the printed version looks like. I remember Zach had this issue too. If you want to share that, see how it's boxy. I remember Zach had a moire pattern issue on, I think it was the first iron sights. And I've never seen this pattern before. So this is some, I'm guessing it's because it's digitally printed. I would guess. I don't know. But yeah, that's,
I mean,
it has to be a moire pattern. It has to be.
I think all of this is avoidable if you just know what you're doing. Hail Salad was digitally printed. There was no issue with it. I just made sure that my DPI wasn't small enough to create patterns.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it also could be compression.
I don't know. I mean,
if it's being compressed too much, then yeah, it might just look like pixelated garbage.
Yeah, I don't know.
Why was this sent to you? To fix it, or?
No, just someone asked, like, because you know, I do pre-press, but I don't really deal with this sort of stuff. Like,
yeah.
I don't have much experience in like high, this is like these halftone, zipper tone sort of things. All I know is that they can be an issue in print. Oh wow, hang on, let me show you this one. This one's it's even more obvious, which is a very, it's a frustration, I'm sure. Let's take a look at this on his.
Oh yeah, that looks like compression to me. That looks like there's some type of issue, like in the formatting when they're exporting. Because that looks deliberate. That looks.
That's what was asked. It was like, is this done on purpose, or is this? And I'm like, I don't think it's done on purpose. But where it happened, did it happen in the file? Did it happen at the printer? Is it? Yeah.
And who said this to you, Clint?
No, just as someone who bought it, and people have been talking about it because they're like, "Oh, this is distracting," and they know I do pre-press, so it's never happened to me, but I don't really print. I can't even remember the last time I printed something that this could happen to it with.
Yeah,
and there's all sorts of little tricks you can do to make sure it doesn't happen, even above and beyond resolution, and not using really fine halftones. There are still other sort of diffusion techniques you can use, but yeah, you just look. I've never seen this square grid thing before. So yeah, unfortunately, I can't. Oh, Snark.com, is that your avatar? Is that Rini? Or is
that was her when she was on the floor doing push-ups.
Is it really? Oh my god!
Did you see the push-ups?
Snark.com. The what? Oh yeah, I saw the push-ups. That was ages ago, wasn't it?
3 days ago, dude.
Oh. No, I was talking about push-ups from ages ago. No, I didn't see any new push-ups.
No, they had her do push-ups on EVS's show. They asked me to do push-ups too. I did 10 of them, but apparently no one saw them because I guess my camera was dark. But yeah, I did them. So I don't know what the problem is. Allegedly, yeah. Well, congrats, Rini, on 100K. Very good.
Massive. I didn't want to be a doubter. I didn't want to be a cheerleader. I just stayed the hell out of it because everyone was speculating. Is it going to do 100K in 24? I didn't want to say anything. I don't want to put any kibosh on anyone's campaign. And I thought she would make it on the first day when it was up to like 75,000. But like clearly there's a limit that you reach. But thankfully she's finally gotten there now.
I mean,
which
the
is
thing
still
too
crazy,
is,
like 2 days or something.
I think for a lot of people, like when you see it, it's like you know, she hit 75 in whatever it was, 14 hours, right? No one thinks she's not going to hit 100K eventually. So then it really just comes down to like, well, are we going to back it now, or are we going to trickle in over time? And, you know, maybe people didn't, today's the 14th. Maybe people didn't get paid till yesterday. I mean, you don't know what it is. So, you know, but I don't think anyone was in doubt.
I want to back it. I want to get it. I want to see what all the hype is about. I originally wasn't sold on the book only because I was worried it wasn't really going to be my bag. I think since then, Rini has really stepped up her art, and I've learned more about it. And I think it would actually be something I'm interested in. And plus, as well, I just want to see what the hype is all about. So
yeah.
But at the same time, I'll need to buy 1 and 2, so it's going to be a bit more expensive. So for me, I'm just like, I'll wait until you know, because you can only back so many books. And
I'm curious. There's a little self-serving, guys, but don't put it past Camel to be self-serving. I want to look at her campaign because I'm curious to see what she broker tiers into, because I know that's always.
I think it's great. I was really
have a link
by the whole thing.
Someone, if you're a mod, please put a link. I don't want to type it out.
I think she did really well with having like some nice big fat perks. It looks great. You know, yeah. I think it's going to be a good campaign case study going forward.
All right, no one's.
She's got a good eye for design.
Oh, thanks, Jeremy.
Yeah, look, Snarkta coming back to almost $400 on opening day. Holy. And she crushed it with those big tiers. She had an everything tier and like a mega bundle tier. And the only thing the mega bundle didn't include was the first book. That was for people who already backed the first book, and she didn't want to force them to back it again.
And this falls in range with the theory I have. Well, it's not a theory. It's pretty obvious. But like, you know, she has 1,000 backers at about 100. So that's, you know, everyone's spending a little under $100 there. So that's, you know, that's on average. That's what you want. Give me everything. 175.
Animated GIF. Look, she's got these animated GIF like headings.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
So yeah, that's the sort of, because you know, people were arming and ahhing over the animated GIFs on Krishna Kid. I think that's like a nice, much more subtle way of doing it. But
well, the on Krishna Kid, it came off as an assault because there's so many of them,
one after the other, like and they were really intense. Whereas this is just very subtle. This is just like a little bit of.
It's just, you know, it's enough to be like, you're on my page now. Don't go away. It has to be hypnotizing. This is hypnotizing. When it's like, you know, if it's too much of a flim flam, then people are gonna be like, oh, okay, I can't look at this. She doesn't have any original art though. I don't see that. I thought she was going to. She had the wood burning stuff. Oh, dude, she has to do 20 of these, huh?
Does she work? She works all digital now. And last time I listened to her on a stream, she was saying the exact same thing that I was saying, which is these original art tiers, all they do is slow you down for working on your book and your next book. And so she's not doing it anymore. She put up a limited amount of wood carvings, but that was it. And that's exactly where I'm at. I'm like, there's going to be no more. I'll go and, you know, draw a whole bunch of head sketches for you, anything like that. It's like, I don't have that kind of time anymore. And plus, on top of that, she's fulfilling herself. So she's already taken, I don't know, 2 months off.
Oh, I thought she was having another. Who are those other guys? I thought someone else
that's the next book. No.
Oh, that's the next book.
That's on this one. Yeah. So RJ is going to fulfill this one, but on Fiendish 1, she did the whole thing herself.
Oh, I see.
And I get it. I was off Lucent for like 4 months. And yeah, it does. It really like kind of hurts you mentally. You want to get back into your project. And when you're back into it, it's like, why did I ever leave? So,
well, what I've thought about doing.
What are you going to do?
Is I think what I'm going to do is, you know, I have this one here, right? This is what I'm working on. There'll be this, and then there's that other page. The it'll be the comic skaters and boots and heels. I think that one I will make an actual ink, like an actual, you know, piece, and then I'll offer that, you know, day one if people want to buy it.
Mm-hmm.
I just have to come up with a good price because it's a cover and it's a day one cover. So it's like, you know, I have to kind of consider that, yeah, there's going to be someone out there who would want to get it, but then I also want to make sure that I'm getting a good price for it because, you know, there's only one of them.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what a good price is. I mean, 1,000, you know, 2,000 for a cover. I don't know. I have no idea. But I don't think I'll offer anything outside of that. I don't think I'll offer like interior art or anything because, yeah, it's just easier for me to do it, you know, digitally. Because I have to get you have to get it done. You have to just get it done. So
I'm going to offer one-off prints, and I'm going to put them onto the best possible cardstock I can get. I'm going to emboss the card in a fancy embossed thing so it all is a bit special and sell them as exclusive, limited to one-off prints.
Yeah.
And I don't know exactly how much they'll be, but they'll obviously be significantly cheaper than original art. But it's sort of like a consolation. You know, it's a way to get something that, you know, I mean, it is exclusive. It won't exist anywhere else. You'll be the only one who has that page. And it'll be top end and everything.
Let me go get the prints because I have prints I can show you guys. Hold on.
Oh, yeah, cool. Snake Oiler says she doesn't have campaign goals. She does, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think she had a 20, a 50, a 100. I'm pretty sure. She smashed through 20,000 so quickly. I always say, like, put them on later. Because now she sort of wasted them. She wasted the $20,000 stretch goal because it's like, well, you got that straight away. But people don't listen to me. People are talking about signing books. Are they not signed, or are they? Oh yeah, because she's doing it through RJ. She can't sign them. The whole signing books things is a bit, I don't know about it. I don't know how much people want it. Micro says what's going to be crazy is when she can start bundling them together in big chapters. That's it. That's the future. That's exactly it. That's what I'm looking towards. Like, that's when you just really start making money.
So I think the print business is good business because it's relatively low cost to me. It looks great. People can frame them. It's easy to pack. And so everything about it, I'm down for. Let me make myself big. So this was the gold print that came with the Snogans cover.
Yeah, it's rad.
Yeah, it's very glittery. You can't see it, but it does. It's, you know, looks nice. And then this one here. Get this out. This one came with this was a stretch goal. So everybody got this one. And again, this one is it's pearl. And it looks really nice in person. And again, it's hard to capture on the camera. But what's great about them is they slide right into the back of the book. So I can mail it without an issue. Let me get rid of myself. Here we go. Nope. Here we go. Anyway, so and that's why I want to do prints like this for the next campaign, because I'm like, people can get a nice whatever it is. In fact, The printer I'm going with, they said that they would do any type of print that I wanted. So if I wanted to do hollow foil prints, I could even do that. So it's like you don't even have to get it just as a cover. I might be able to just offer it like that. And so if I can get a nice product out, again, if it's a stretch goal, then everybody wins. And again, you have something frameable, which is nice.
Yeah, look, I'm down. Like I think the prints are cool. Some people don't really care for them, some people do, but that's why I'm thinking of offering them as a perk, like exclusive prints. But I'll see. I haven't even begun to think about stretch goals and stuff like that beyond my normal ones, which might be a UV spot gloss on the cover and some other stuff like that.
Yeah. Lethal Diva says I can go on Malin's right now if I want to promote my book. Yeah, okay.
Cool.
Get rid of this.
Is that what John's doing? He's doing one of those promo shows?
I mean, it looks like he was really just trying to get Rini to 100K, and now they just I don't know, burning gas, I guess, but
is that why? Right, that makes sense now because someone said earlier, Rini owes everything to John Malin.
Oh, that's good. I'm really annoyed.
It's all starting to make sense.
Is this working? Okay, now it's working. This thing is such a piece of junk, I swear to God. It just decides. Oh, no, we're good now. We're good. Sorry, I had a little spasm, a little temper tantrum. But if you're ready to draw, we're ready to work with you. Oh, okay, thanks. Wasn't sure.
That's good of you. That's nice of you.
Yeah, thanks for thinking about me.
What are we going to do tomorrow if I finish Mario real quick? Because I've only got 2 worlds to go. I mean, they are 7 and 8, so they're harder. But what do we do after that?
Well, we need to get together anyway and see if we can get you hosting.
Yeah.
Because I don't like
that
doing
was a nightmare.
Yeah, that's a pain in the ass to do the other way. So I would rather get you hosting. If we can get you hosting, we can start from jump because we should anyway. And then we'll do Mario, Luigi. And we can
I'm happy to do that. I love playing Mario. I was having a blast, even though everyone else was like, this is torture. I think they were saying it was torture because it was silent. Which is fair enough. I understand. I mean, I didn't notice it because I could hear it the whole time. So, but I'm sure we'll be able to do it. Hopefully, I might not even be able to do anything. We'll see. To the the whole router and everything, might be fine.
Whew.
Lord Nemesis says Bancroft and Moon need to get together sexually.
What?
The show, the Camel Moon's video game show, explicitly says no homo. I mean, he went out of his way to make that distinction.
I didn't want there to be any confusion,
And why would you want to see that anyway, or know that happened?
All right, I think that looks good. Snuggie, you still here? How do you like this? So I'll probably put like a logo in the middle, and then it'll be like a big glitter sticker. It'll be die cut.
I've got to send Snuggie the files. He asked for them. Got to get that done. So many things need doing.
Bancroft and Moon need to get together sexually. Yeah, that's why he's coming to Florida next year. For some daytime.
I've seen the Ivory Tower, the real one, and I've seen that he has a guest room, and I'll be asleep in it. It'll be 3 a.m. in the morning, and I'll see that door handle just turn. And I'm like, ah! I'll feel him just come in and like lift up the bed covers.
Shh. Let it happen.
Is this about to happen?
No one needs to know. Shh.
I got Harvey Weinstein by Camel Moon.
Yeah. Humps and bumps in the night.
Your wife will be up the
bumps.
next morning. It's like, I was so cold last night. What was going on? And you're like, I don't know.
My feet are cold. I rub my feet. Yeah, my wife's gonna be like, "What are you guys talking about?" I'm like, "Oh, nothing. Gay stuff."
Phil says, remember when Bancroft was gonna go to Vegas with his real friends, and now he's going to Florida. Then
With his
COVID
realer
happened.
friends.
COVID put a kibosh on our Vegas trip.
I don't like her.
I feel like everyone's gonna go to MegaCon though. It's gonna be the place to be.
She looks like a lobster. This looks like a lobster claw.
Yeah. That happens.
Yeah. I saw some of I want to say Paul Rudd. Who's your artist? What's his name?
Paul Rudd.
Yeah, it's not Paul Rudd, right? It's
people used to call me Paul Rudd when I first started streaming. They're like, why is Paul Rudd in Comicsgate? Because doesn't have that face. Rod Looper. You saw
Rod
some
Looper,
of his yeah. I might make a video about that now that I've got my internet back.
Yeah, I saw some of his stuff. She got some cankle arms here. Yeah, very good. Looks good.
Yeah, it's looking real good. He's really starting to draw Ella really well.
She's coming into her
it's
own.
pretty. Yeah. Well, it was she didn't actually show her face in the first few pages, but now like she's there. So, and I'm really happy with how he's drawing out. We're gonna yet to see the other character he's gonna draw, so we'll have to figure that out. That's coming next. But it's good stuff. He's doing. I like how it's so different to what I do. It's all like angled panels and action poses and all that sort of stuff. So,
but maybe it's cool because it's like this is the dream world, so like it kind of lends itself narratively to be a little different. I think, which is kind of
that's exactly it. Yeah, that is exactly it. It's supposed to be like that. It's her dream as well. I like that subtext is over the whole thing. It's like what she dreams about in her head. Like what it sort of betrays her subconscious. Like why is she doing this? What's she thinking? Like why is she like why is all this happening and that sort of stuff. So it's super cool. And yeah, if it goes really well, I'll just roll over. And it might have to it'd be cool eventually to get to a point where I could have 2 of these books going at the same time. So I'll get like a Rod book continuously. He'll be working on different books, and then I'll make a different guy. But that's all for the future. That's all daydreams at the moment. Just getting the one extra book done is, costing an arm and a leg.
Nolan Lockhart says sometimes the kids tell Campbell is really smart or mentally handicapped. Well, we love him either way. Yeah, that's what I say about my cat. Like I don't know if you're listening to me or you're just docking with a space station. I have no idea what's going on in your head, but you're okay with me. Okay, it says Paul Rudd will play Bancroft in the movie.
He could do that in 20 years, and he could play the young me. He never
still
ages.
Play you, yeah.
Yeah. Would work. I just have that sort of face. That nondescript,
man,
non-offensive
male
man face. Yeah.
Who are you? Male. Oh, all right. Okay. I've gotten to the point now where I'm like, well, I'm not going to draw it, you know? There's not much left to do until I start doing like the actual outline.
Thanks.
Yeah, and I don't really want to do that. Takes time. I could fix her foot here.
Effort.
Yeah, it's just it takes a little bit of focus. And if I'm talking to you guys or whatever, it's like that focus is kind of hard to keep going because
Oh yeah, I've been doing like trying to draw clothing and stuff recently on the draw streams.
yeah.
And then the stream ends and I zoom out and I go like, oh, that's all wrong.
Yeah, you're like, oh, what are they doing? I know.
And then after the stream ends, I spend like 10 minutes like freaking warping everything and transforming stuff. So it's like, oh, man, this is all over the place. Because yeah, I can't hold those two things in the same brain where I'm looking at the chat, trying to have a
I can
conversation
do
with
it.
someone.
I could if like someone else was hosting. You know, if it's like if you and Rob were if Rob was like hosting and you were talking and he, you know, then I was just kind of like there.
Mhm.
But you know,
Yeah.
what like Shams does, the dude's got a fucking mega brain. I'm like, I don't know how you're
Yeah,
painting,
that's from his years
engaging.
of lecturing, I reckon.
I'm just like, what are you doing? Like my whole yeah, I would and he's not doing it digitally. Like if he fucks up, that's forever, right? He's got to fix that.
Mm.
So I'm just like, yeah, I'm not doing that. Sorry, it's not today.
Don Chin says, all right, Kate Beckinsale will play Mel B. I approve. I like Kate Beckinsale's accent. She has a rare, nice woman's British accent. Her and Emily Blunt.
Remember when Kate
But
Beckinsale
Mel's
was
not
in
British,
everything?
so
Kate Beckinsale's in nothing anymore.
she became a mother. She's like, how old is she? She's in her mid-40s, isn't she?
I guess.
You have to be a hell of an actress to transition from beautiful young woman to like, you know, the Helen Mirren, who's that other one with the stand? Meryl Streep. Like, you got to be a real actress to make that transition. Those jobs go to the stage actors and stuff like that.
Yeah. You think Kate Beckinsale isn't one of them?
I don't even know if I remember I've seen a single Kate Beckinsale movie. I know, I think I did watch one of the, what are they, the
Underworld?
Underworld
Yeah.
things. I had no idea what was happening. It was all silliness to me. But, you know, I'm aware of her.
I tried watching that series with my wife. She really likes Resident Evil. So I was like, all right, let's watch the Underworlds. They're kind of similar in a lot of ways. I don't think we got past the second movie. And she's like, these are terrible. I was like, I know. I forgot how bad they were. They're very convoluted. And they expect that you know a lot more than like what's on the screen. And then there's prequels that don't quite, that only work as sequels. And so you can't watch them in order. And I'm like, you know what? This whole series is a joke. I'm sorry I wasted your time, and we just hard quit it.
Yeah, I watched, I think, a bit of one while I was drawing. I didn't really pay much attention, and I never went back. It's not really my sort of thing. Nolan Lockhart says, I like her, but lost a little respect for her after going for Pete Davidson. Did she get with Pete Davidson? That's a massive red flag.
Like Pete Davidson so much? It's so bizarre.
Well, what's her name? Kim Kardashian said, I like his big dick energy. So he obviously must have a very like crazy personality that women women who just want to like disappoint their fathers or something get attracted to. Like obviously not to like settle down with, but just to like stick it to societal norms or something. But I think most women look at him and go, ooh. Improby says he has arsehole
like
eyes. Yeah, he's gonna treat people. People want to be treated badly for a short period of time. You know, they want that he's gonna be an arsehole to me. It's exciting, sort of thing.
I used to treat women badly.
Did it work out for you?
No, because by that point they already hated me. See.
Well, everyone's saying he has a big wang. So, like, if that's the rumor going around, then yeah, you know, if that's the rumor going around Hollywood that you have a huge, although Zaid says Ariana Grande, I mean, if you had a 3-inch dick, that would probably look big to her. She's like 3 foot tall or something.
Yeah. Should I flip this?
Micro has a point. I think he says Bancroft cussed Mel out the first time I met her. I didn't cuss her out. I dismissed her. I negged her without even knowing what negging was. And I definitely didn't do it. It wasn't part of any game or anything. It was just a drunk being an idiot. But it worked out. It worked. It hits that back of the brain that women don't want to admit is there, but is. But you can't just be that forever. They're not going to like settle down with that guy. You have to transition into being, you know, the boyfriend or the husband or whatever.
Yeah, there's nothing more powerful than indifference. When I first started dating my wife, we weren't even dating yet. And we were just talking. And I had a friend who came to stay with me. And I told her, because we used to text a lot. And I just told her, I was like, hey, I can't talk for a couple days. My friend's here. And she was so pissed and turned off, but also turned on by the same thing. And she was like, who the fuck is this guy? He doesn't have time for me, like, because his friend's in town. And I just stopped talking to her for like a week because I was just like, my friend's here. Like, I was just trying to be cordial to my friend. I was like, he's here in town seeing me. I don't have time to sit at a bar and text some girl that I, barely knew at that point. And yeah, she was like, yeah. And at the time, I didn't think it meant anything. And she was like, oh yeah, that was when she said she knew she liked me because I ignored it for a week.
Well, a guy that sort of dotes on you and essentially is a kind of real life simp would get pretty boring pretty quickly, I imagine.
Yeah.
And it's like you're just like every other guy who thinks I'm some hot chick. Yeah. See, you and I, we figured this out before we even knew.
Incidentally. Yeah, I mean, but I feel it's something that, some guys, you can tell them this when they're young and they'll get it. I feel like even when I had friends tell me, don't be interested, be aloof, but it didn't make a difference. Like you kind of, at least
no one told me this stuff. No one told me.
I had to figure it out. I had to figure it out through
Yeah.
trial and error. And it wasn't even like it was intentional when it started, to click. It was like legit indifference. I just was like, I don't care. I'd rather keep my money. I'd rather buy a video game this week. Like it got to a point where I was just like, I don't know. It seems like there's a lot of effort going in on my end. And I started becoming very like, just kind of tired of the whole thing. And then that's when they came knocking. I also used to have like, and I'm sure a lot of dudes do, but I had like unlimited strikes. And, like, if I liked you, you could pretty much say or do anything, you know. And I'd be like, oh well, you know, yeah, maybe her phone was lost in an airlock in a in a space tunnel, you know, like maybe I don't know. And then it went to 3 strikes, and then it went to 2 strikes, and then it went to 1 strike. And my reasoning was, if they want to talk to you, they'll talk to you. That's it. It's really that simple. They will bend over backwards. If you're Pete Davidson, they will find a way to talk to you. So I'm
It's
like,
that whole she's just not that into you thing.
yeah, yeah. And I was like, okay. So like the whole like, oh, I'm sorry, I was busy and whatever. I was like, okay, so she just doesn't like you. That's fine. It's, you know what? That's fine. Just know that.
I have no interesting stories to tell because I went back and looked through my memory and I could barely even find a time when I asked a girl out. It's just like, it just sort of happened. And that was it. Like maybe been 1 or 2 times where I would like actually approached a girl. And I can't remember if I got shot down.
I will say this. This is my only claim to any type of, I don't know, pimping, big pimping.
Big pimping up in NYC.
Yeah. I'd never, you know, I didn't hook up with every girl I ever wanted to. But I 100% went on a date with every girl I ever asked. That wasn't the hardest thing. I was able to get a date out of it. So there was not like, I mean, unless it was like some rando I met on a train, like that was, you know, pretty hard. But if I met you at a bar, if I met you at a restaurant, if I met you at a party, a club, yeah, like there was definitely going to be at least one or 2 dates. But
saying you were a closer.
I wasn't a closer. No, but I was authentic to myself, you know. That's what I would be like. Time for the Matrix, everybody.
That's gonna be on your epitaph. Camel Moon. He was authentic to himself.
I'm fine with that, you know. I have no problem with that. Also, I dated in tri-state area. I mean, like, it's probably not a harder place in the world to try to get ass. So I have no. I lived in a city called Stamford, which was in Connecticut. We used to call it Manford because every fucking
too many dicks on the dance floor.
Well, but also the girls were like, they were like very aggressive. And so, yeah, there was a ton of dudes. And, you know, it was like one of those places where unless you were pulling in 6 figures in the 2000s, like you couldn't, no one gave a shit. It was, everyone had like, you know, one of these McMansions and, you know, I mean, I knew dudes who were driving Beamers in their early 20s, and I was just like, all right, well.
They were called drug dealers.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
But I had those friends too.
Yeah. You still had to compete with them.
That's true.
So.
Yeah. My friend, he got first car was a secondhand BMW. Then he got a Lexus. Then he got a brand new BMW. He was probably, this is probably like all before the age of 23. And then he went to prison for 2 years.
Yeah.
He was robbed at gunpoint from another dealer. He was part of a big police sting. Yeah. I remember I went over, he had me do graphic design. I did really good work for him too. And I went over to his warehouse and he was selling massage chairs. You know, the kinds that you like sit in and they're like a big thing and there's all this sort of functions and everything. He was selling massage chairs and treadmills that he would import from China, put his logo on them and sell them. And I was like, is there really this much money in massage chairs that you import from China? And I wanted to ask him, is this whole thing just a front? And he obviously was.
Yeah.
But you know, he was like 23 years old. Just balling until he wasn't. Not sure what he's doing now.
I'll tell you this though. You know, I'm on Facebook, and every one of my graduating classes there. I don't know what's in the water, but every girl I graduated with looks like one of my mom's friends. I'm like, oh, you did not age well.
I've noticed that as well.
I'm like, what happened?
Is it because you don't see them? Is it because you don't see them? Like you remember them from high school, and then you see them 20 years later, and you're like, wow. It's like that Kelly McGillis from Top Gun versus Tom Cruise. It's like
it's just,
and a lot of my male friends just look like older versions, but like not like wow, you hit the wall. They just look older. Some of them look exactly the same.
Well, that's the thing is I mean it's just the roller coaster. They go right to the top and they fucking collapse. And I'm like, you look like someone I would never hit on in a million years.
There was a friend of the family who was a real minx, and I wouldn't say she was like super good looking, but she just the way she carried herself, she was just attractive. And I think I would have been, I don't know, like 15 or something. And I was like kind of chasing after her, but not really. Wasn't really anyway, it just never happened. And I remember I sort of had that pang of regret. Like I should have I should have tried harder there or made more effort or whatever. I saw a picture of her probably, I don't know, 10 years ago. And she was her mother. Like she was, as wide as she was, tall, the same, like, like old lady hair, like middle-aged woman hair. And just, I mean, she looked happy, but just like, wow. Like you would feel upset if you were married to her. You'd be like, oh, damn. Like, how did that happen?
That's why you got to marry
young. How did I end up with your mom?
Marry someone at least your age or younger. I had a couple friends who married 5-10 years older than them. I was like, well, you're going to regret that like 2 I'm like, all right, bro. Well, hope that works out for you. Yeah. I have another friend who just got married. I wasn't invited to the wedding. They didn't even tell me about the wedding. I found out on Facebook. And I know why. It's because at one point I happened to make a comment about, his wife's very luscious large ass. And I was like, it's very nice. She did not kindly to this. And I, at one point,
you thinking about her nice ass?
I may have suggested I trade her for my Cadillac at the time. I said, I'll give you my Cadillac if I could have your girlfriend. He thought it was funny. Everyone in the room thought it was funny. I was persona non grata from then on forward. That was it. There was no Facebook, nothing.
Even till now, it's like,
yeah, she was that offended by it.
Yeah, she's not gonna. I hate that William.
That's really what it was. Yeah, I fucking hate that guy. And we had a mutual friend.
He objectified my luscious big Latino booty.
No, it wasn't Latino, but she was as white as they get. That's for sure. But we had a mutual friend, and I don't want to say his name, but I'll say his name is Charles. I said, Charles, what's does Lynn not like me? And he's like, I don't know. I never heard of that. Bye. And I was like, well, it's kind of a weird thing to suggest the opposite of. I didn't. I mean, he was so not having that conversation. I was like, oh, so she must fucking hate me. I was like, oh, what are you gonna do? Anyway, yeah, I found out they got married, and was not invited to that one. It's okay.
So what do you think, Will? Are we going to invite Will and she just gives him the death?
Well, a couple of years ago, I had to go to Manhattan because I was actually going to Comic-Con. And my friend lived in New York. And so I was like, hey, can I stay with you guys? Because, It was him and her name's not Lynn, but I'm just saying her name was Lynn. And it was, the two of them never got back to me. I must have hit him up like 5 times too. I was just like, dude, I kind of need to know what's going on, because I was like, I'll sleep on your couch, but it's like $2,000 a night to get a hotel or whatever. Nothing. And I was like, oh yeah. So I was just clearly not welcomed. It's interesting though, how like a dude can't even be honest. Like if suddenly my wife just didn't like one of my friends, I'd have to just sit my friend down and be like, what, dude? You offered to trade her ass for your car. she's not into you, She found that offensive. We knew it was a joke. We know old school Will. We know that you meant that as a compliment, but she didn't see it like that. And yeah, so I hadn't talked to him in years. Aardvark, back Aquila live.
Yeah.
$81
I told you, man.
Away from
I
7,000.
told him, now that it's colored, he's entered a new ball game now. It's a different.
No one underestimates. People always underestimate how much success they'll have once they have colored fun.
Yeah. That colored fun.
2 hours left. 2 hours left. Let me bring it up.
I was thinking about, because I've been tweeting a lot about Comicsgate recently, just because it's been trending, and I want to like participate in that and bump it up. They've been going pretty well, my tweets. Someone said back something about, how the smaller creators, blah blah blah, and I said, well, Rini was a smaller creator a year ago, asking to come onto my show because she didn't have her own channel. And no one knew who she was. And Aaron Lepresti, he tried crowdfunding 2 years ago or something and made $15,000, and that's with like a 30-year career in comics. So both of them have started channels, ingratiated themselves into the community. They got to become friends with Ethan and get promoted by him and all this sort of stuff. And it got me thinking, like, how people are like, there's smaller creators and bigger creators or blah blah blah, but I don't want to say it like that, because anyone theoretically can make it. No one made it happen for Eric July. He made it happen for himself. He built his channel. He wasn't a famous guy. He built that channel up himself and became famous.
Yeah.
And then, so I was thinking, like, it's more like leagues. Like, you've got the minor leagues and the majors. But that analogy sort of falls apart if it's not just purely based on the skill of your art or writing or whatever. It's based on, your appeal and your popularity and other stuff like that as well. So it's similar, but yeah, I don't know. I don't like to think of it in terms of like, you're a smaller guy. Like, you just don't have the platform yet or the popularity yet. You got to build that.
Yeah, I think that there's some connective tissue there to saying, like, it's like a major and minor leagues. I mean, there are still guys who come out of the minors that are a lot of personality, and they're like, oh wow, that guy, he interviews well, and he has good sportsmanship, whatever it is, whatever qualifying details you want to attribute to them. And so I think you can make sort of a related assessment there. One thing I will say, though, I'll say this especially to you, Aardvark. The most important thing you can do is fulfill this thing. Let's say, I mean, you're probably going to go in demand, right, dude? Let's just say you are. You should if you don't. If anything, just to hit 7K. Make sure that you get this out there. Because once, Bancroft was telling this to me in a back room the other day. He was just like, now that I am considered a fulfilled backer or a creator. You know, like it changes the perception that everyone has about you.
Yeah, the
And
whole
so
attitude around you shifts
everything. Yeah.
overnight.
It's literally like, oh, he fulfills. And I've had a lot of emails pop up recently, people I've never heard of, met or whatever. And they're like, you know, excited, like, did you send my book out yet? You know, is it coming? I'm like, yeah, you know, it's coming, it's on its way. But like, you know, I would imagine that once you hit that level of success, that's just going to go up from there, you know, because at first you're a $50,000 bet, or in this case, a $7,000 bet. But once you fulfill, I mean, you know, now you're doubling down, and now you know, potentially making actual, I wouldn't say money, but like it's a safe bet. You're like, okay, I can put money into this. I know that I'm going to get a return on it. I don't know. I mean, and I'm sure anyone can correct me, but I don't know how many guys got to their second or third campaigns and then didn't fulfill. I've never heard of anything like that. So I would say, yeah, Aardvark, make sure that this goes off without a hitch. Make sure everyone gets their books. And then, you know, the next campaign might get to 15 or 20, you know. And that'll probably be your best measure here, because the pages look great. I mean, there's no like concern about the competence in the art. It's really just whether or not you're going to get it out.
Yeah, and that's where the only difference with the sort of minor and major league analogy is a lot of these guys have really high level projects in terms of the art quality, especially. I mean, I can't really vouch for the writing, but at least the art is like, a lot of it's like really good. I'm not saying it has massive appeal, so like the same level of appeal you might find on, say, Cyberfrog or Groken or anything like that, but still really good stuff. But you know, whereas if it was in baseball in the minor leagues, you know, a scout would look at them and say, oh, well, this guy's so talented, he's got to go up to the majors. So it doesn't really work like that in CG. But if you look at it more in line of, well, you got to have the great book, and then on top of that, you've got to have you've got to be a known quantity, like a personality that people will kind of rally around, get behind. You gotta somehow make people want to invest in you, and that is the most mysterious part of the whole process, I think, for most creators, and it's definitely the most elusive. And you really got to do that for yourself, and no one can tell you how to do it. There's no how to. I mean, maybe there is out there. People, they're like, I don't know, persuasion techniques or something. I don't know, but there's no how to become charismatic, you know, video series or something like that. Maybe there is, but
yeah, but those are all bunk. I mean, the truth is, if there was a definite way to do it, everybody would do it. I mean, otherwise it wouldn't be a conversation. So
yeah, if there was like a, you can follow these steps. Like there is a way, like you can follow Rob's document, like how to give yourself the best chance to make sure your campaign does the best as an unknown guy. Like you can follow Rob's document, and it covers pretty much everything you could ever think of in how to set up a campaign. But that's not going to make you Mr. Charisma, who's great at selling his book and making friends and getting yourself out there and building your audience.
Yeah,
there's nothing for that, and that's the sort of missing piece in the whole analogy. But I just like, I always, I don't know, it always just sort of like, I understand the inclination to sort of separate people from, like, oh, there's the big guys and the small guys. I understand that, you know, some people are making six figures, and you know, Rini could make 200,000. I don't know. Rini could make $200,000 a campaign, while other guys are struggling to make 10. Like, that's a real thing. But I'm reticent to say, like, oh, that's because Rini is a big creator and this guy's a small creator. It's like, she was a small creator a year ago. No one knew who she was.
If she, I think there's going to be people who are going to wonder, like, well, then what elevated that status in the last year for her then? I mean, I think, fulfilling was probably part of it, but it's definitely not the whole thing, because there's guys who fulfill who don't, make $100,000 the next go around.
Well, I think people, and I see it in the chat here, I don't know how much people are joking or not, but like there's, it's a fact that she, sex sells and she's a chick, and then certainly plays a small part in it. But there's chicks out, good looking chicks are a dime a dozen out there on the internet. It's like, and there's plenty who try and don't make it. And someone else said, she showed her art off on my channel, and then she went and jumped onto Shane's channel, and she just rolled with the craziness over there and thought, okay, this person has the ability to make it. She's opinionated. She, if she believes in something, she'll say it. She's building her channel into an entertaining place for people to hang out. She fulfilled her book through a lot of crap that got thrown her way. Until she's now been like fake Twitter canceled like 2 or 3 times. That helps a lot.
Yeah, for sure.
Like every time the Heather Antos and Mark Brooks, sorry, and whoever else, goes after someone, that's like cha-ching. So there's lots and lots of reasons. On top of that, she won the art competition on Frager's, and she's gotten really good with her art, and people really like her book. So there's loads of reasons why she's now well and truly playing in the majors in Comicsgate.
Rob says, Bancroft talking about Rini again. Slow down, son.
How long have we been live? 2 hours, and we haven't been talking about Rini. It's all right. We can spend 5 minutes.
Just, you know what it is? It's Rob is just looking for an excuse to talk about Rini. He's like, oh, good. I've been watching for 2 hours and they're talking about her. Now I can make a comment in reference to her.
Yeah. He wants to shine the light away from his infatuation. I get it.
Yeah. Love you, Rini.
That anonymous patron of hers, turns out, recently sent her a shaved off mohawk in tribute that was not requested and was thoroughly rejected.
Mortal V says, Rob is lurking, hoping you'll talk about him. Yeah. My favorite is, like, people don't know. Like, I usually have streams going on in the background when I'm working. And every so often, like, who knows? Camel will come up for this or that. Mm-hmm. And then I'll just put one comment in there. Like, I see you. I hear you. People are like, Camel's always watching. I'm like, that's right, motherfucker.
Yeah, that's what they say. Yeah. Because I do the same thing. It's like, you're not commenting, but then they say something.
I'm here.
I usually put the eyes in. I'll just put those eyes in the chat, the ones looking over to the side.
Yeah.
And inevitably, everyone will say, oh, you say his name and he magically appears.
Yeah.
I was listening, and I just...
The best, though, is when it's on a stream that I might not normally frequent, and I happen to come up, and I'm just like, oh, we're over here now. All right. What's up, everybody? Everyone, we're at 374 emails. If you haven't signed up, let's get to 375 tonight. You could be the one. You could be that one shining individual who keeps me from killing myself tonight. Is that a little thick? Did I lay it on?
Worth it. Yeah, that was laying it on a little heavy. Touchy subject in these parts lately as well.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that. All right, moving on. Yeah. All right.
Actually, that's a good comment from Rob. He says, Camel is that old guy from the Matrix with all his screens. Yeah, he's the architect. He's like, who's talking about me? his little pen, and then he comes in and says, "Vis-a-vis," invariably.
Replicator says, "Way too soon, Camel." Yeah. Look, I have foot and mouth disease. I did not say it with trying to. I'm going to move on. Well, I'll move on to this. How about this? Look at this. $6,960. Let's refresh this. Oh, look at that. 6,996. $4 away. Not too bad. So yeah, they'll probably get to 7,000 tonight. I think they're over on John's. I don't think it has anything to do with me. So I don't think anyone ever backs because I say anything.
I think you might actually be on the cusp of some revolutionary new way of negging sales. It's about to be perfected.
Yeah,
and I think it's going to come to like a crescendo when Boots and Heels launches.
I hope so. If there's ever a time to get it, you know,
neg yourself. Because Cecil got close when Cash Grab was a runaway hit, and you know he took on that it was like proto Camel. It was like in his own ivory tower, being really aloof.
Yeah.
But that sort of, I don't know, it kind of came out of the blue, I guess, a little bit for too many people. But with you, it's like you have a well-established precedence of, you know, demanding taxes and
years and years. Well, so this is a legit question.
Shaming
I want to put stretch goals in there that are absolutely ridiculous. Like at 20,000, I buy a Rolex. At 30,000, I get a golf cart. At 60,000, I get a Porsche.
Yeah, but the point of stretch goals is people want to actually see these things. And if you make them too ridiculous,
well,
like
I think I do want to get a golf cart and I do want to get a Rolex. So I mean,
how much is a Rolex though? Aren't they like?
I mean, the one I'm looking at is about 20K. You know, so
yeah. You're not going to be able to get that from your fund. You won't have enough funds. I mean, unless you have like a $300,000 campaign.
I'm just saying, if I was to do that, would people be upset? Would they see those as real stretch goals, or should I just avoid that?
No, I think if anyone could do it, it would be you. And I think someone should do it. Like people seemed really upset about Eric July's stretch goals.
Yeah,
because they were stretch goals for his company. And my view on this is always like, there's no rules to this game. There are things you can do that make it so people stop backing you.
Mm-hmm.
And usually they're like, you run away with people's money or you mislead them or whatever. Like, I don't think stretch goals should really fit into that. Like, I think we need to relax a little bit and also be a little bit more open to new ways of doing things. And yeah, and I think if anyone could kind of make it, I mean, it's the Boots and Heel. It's got a book on it called Comic Skaters versus the X-Thems. If someone can be a little funny with it, you know, it should be on this campaign. So
yeah, I feel like, you know, why not?
At the very least, you can go in and like record yourself. You know, you can go into the shop and try it on, and sort of like record yourself.
Yeah,
record
that's
a video
content.
and say we did it. Go to a golf course and pretend to steal one of their
a community here
golf carts
where there's double roads. There's the road for the cars, but then there's side roads for the golf carts. Because it's very big.
For real?
Yeah.
you live in Florida HQ.
I showed, you guys don't know.
Are there alligators in your toilet or something?
Oh yeah. Oh, well, we have a creek. There's alligators in the creek. But I showed Mike. I gave him like a tour of the house, and he was like, "Oh my god!" He goes, "It's everything I imagined." I said, "Yeah, it's Florida, the house. It's like everything you would imagine Florida is. It's like, it's very open." It's all one level. It's all, you know, very sparkly looking. But but it would be nice to have a golf cart because I got to go get the mail. And the mail, I was like, I don't want to drive you at the mail. It's like too far. It's not far enough to drive because it's ridiculous, but it's too close to, like, it's right in between. And I was like, yeah, if I just had a golf cart. And then they're going to open up a bunch of like stores and restaurants, down the other way. And so like, I don't want to drive there either, because then you got to get parking. I got to go out the gate, and I got to, it's like, I don't want to have to worry about the gate. So yeah, a golf cart. Sheila says a bicycle. Maybe a rickshaw. Maybe. Whip it.
Do they have immigrants there that can run you around in your rickshaw while you?
I'm gonna hook it up to some alligators. That'd be great.
Yeah, you could have some. You could hook it up to some puppies and then hold an alligator in your hand.
Oh yeah,
and go like, "Run, puppy!" I'll let it go.
That's and also, I mean, who better to make
like that?
Who better to make the Comics Gators comic book than the guy who watched an alligator eat a dog on his stream
and laughed at it?
Man, people never forgave me for that. For some reason, I don't understand.
I've been watching a lot of Chappelle lately. And man, I got massive respect for that guy. Like, I didn't know all of the story behind Chappelle, but I've just been catching up on some stuff that I didn't really. There you go. It's already started.
Thank you, Nolan. Nolan for $10 says, for the Rolex golf cart fund. I'm going to start that in Camel Nights this Friday. I'm going to be like, look, you all ain't paying your taxes, but we have a fund now for Rolexes.
If you're in the ivory tower, I mean, you have to look the part.
Yeah.
You have to look the part.
Also, not to cut you off, but I think the reason it could actually work from like a marketing perspective, like you think about like people who were like subbing or sending money to Kardashian's sister, I can't remember her name, just to make her rich. It was like the whole marketing was, let's make this person this successful. So I think if you could turn that into a joke, that might actually be kind of funny. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, if it worked for them. Oh, well, the point I was just going to make was he was one of the bits he was saying how he never feels bad for anything he says up there, and he never takes really like proper responsibility for it because it's jokes, it's entertainment. And it reminded me of Camel Nights. It's like, everyone, we're just putting on a show. This is for fun.
Yeah.
This is to make you laugh. And it just reminded me of that. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't actually believe let's feed some tiny tiny puppies to alligators, for my amusement. What do we think of this? What do you guys tell me you think of this? Do we like this? I mean, it's like a cosplay,
It's just a chick. Yeah, it looks like a photo from a costume packet. What you get on the front of a costume. That wig is like super.
I think you're right.
Much more interesting. I mean, much more interesting is that person who's AI'd the black chick into a white redheaded chick.
I'm trying to find that. I know I've seen it.
Yeah, I saw it this morning, and he says I can do the whole film when it comes out. Which is, I was just like, holy shit! The implications of that is.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, there it is. The implications.
It's a little sketchy. Like when you watch it in video, it kind of flickers.
All right, yeah, but did you see that cat thing that Sheila posted, where it's like, this is what it was 2 months ago, and it was like some dodgy budget.
Oh yeah, I did
digital
see that.
painting of a cat, and this is what it is now, and it looks like a photo. So I mean, I'm guessing like in a couple of months it'll look perfect, and I think it's amazing. It's like someone said this is one ginger erasure too far. Like this is one ginger side too far. This far, no further. It's like people have had enough. They're like, this is it. And the whole argument, it falls flat on its face, where it's like, what does it matter? That's the thing. Like, what does it matter if she's black? Because there's like, it's not a real character. It's just a made up fictional character. And then you say, exactly, what does it matter? Why did you change it? If it doesn't matter, why did you change it?
It's an interesting topic because, so like, it affected I don't give a crap about Little Mermaid. I remember.
Oh no, me either. I never even watched
Yeah.
the original.
I remember seeing
it's
the
just like, I don't wanna
original.
watch that.
I got like a half a boner, and I was like, I don't know what's happening. I'm done with this. You know?
I'm sort of semi.
Yeah, I'm just like it kind of
what's
weirded out
happening?
and indifferent. $10 Sumathuri. I won't donate 1 red cent to your Rolex camel. Yeah, the Rolex campaign. It's not the Boots and Heels campaign. It's the Rolex campaign.
It's already up to 1999.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
How much? That's how much to go. What did you say? 20,000? What's
It's
that?
about 20K. The one that I'm looking at. Yeah,
20,000 minus 1999. It's 19,980 and 1 cent.
I'm getting there, guys. Thank you. I can't think of a lot of comparisons where I'm like, you know, if tomorrow they're like, we're gonna make the next Superman movie with a black guy, but like there's precedent for that because there's a black Superman, and so I can't I can't think of an instance where it like you're taking an established lore and you're switching it up that it bothers me. But then I'm also like, I don't know, but because I can't be in that situation, it's hard for me to come up with a good comparison where I'm like, well, this should or should not be a thing. So one thing I will say is I don't understand how you could have a black mermaid because I didn't think black people could swim. So that doesn't make any sense.
Ooh, edgy.
Mm.
Look, to me, it's the old Adam Carolla smoking thing. You heard that argument I've made before where at first they just come up to you in the restaurant. They're like, can we ask you not to smoke in the restaurant? We have a smoking section. It's over there. It's still in the restaurant, but it's all together. All right. So they pick up and they move their plates. They go over there. And they go, actually, the smoking section has now been moved outside. So it's still in the restaurant, but it's just in the outside area. All right, pick up your plates, move out there. And then they're like, sorry, you can't smoke in the restaurant anymore. You're going to have to, when you smoke, you just have to leave the table and go stand outside somewhere. All right, okay. And then it's like, no, we don't allow smoking within 100 feet or 100 yards of the restaurant. You got to go down to the end. Like, that's what it is. This is what the whole thing is. It's the whole reason behind it is nefarious. It's not about, it's about revenge, and it's about claiming Western culture. And even if you don't give 1 red cent about Little Mermaid, which I don't, it's not about that. It's just another grain of sand in the massive mound of them giving a big F you and saying, we're going to take your shit and there's nothing you can do about it. Like this whole push. There's so many. If they really wanted to make black or Latino or Asian content, there is an infinite well from which they could draw, and then they could actually pay the black, Latino, Asian, Native American, whatever creators of those things for those IPs, but they don't.
Yeah,
they want to take established existing things and put their stamp on it so they can give you a big FU, finger up. And yeah, it's like, it's so blatant now, as you don't have to get really intellectual with it or anything. You just say, I see what you're doing and I'm standing in opposition to it. I won't pay for it. I won't view it. I won't support you. I'm like washing my hands of you.
Well,
yeah.
Have you seen this? I actually pulled this. I was going to do it tomorrow, but we can do it now. This is a tweet from a couple days ago. It talks about fan baiting. Have you seen this, Mike?
No.
This is good. Maybe we'll bring it up again tomorrow, but I'll bring it up now. So this guy here, this person, Dr. Thalia Siren, I don't know if that's a real doctor, but it says PhD, but who knows? It says fan baiting is a form of marketing used by producers, film studios, and actors with the intent of exciting artificial controversy, garnering publicity, and explaining away the negative reviews of a new and often highly anticipated production. So this person goes on to say, and there's thousands of likes now, It says fan baiting emerged as a marketing strategy in 2016 after fans of the beloved franchise such as Ghostbusters and Star Wars objected to what they saw as poor rating choices, sloppy scripts, and cheap alterations to plot lines and characters for the sake of shock value.
How familiar?
Yeah, what's interesting about this is I remember in 2000 and probably 17 when the Wonder Woman movie came out, and they tried to get ahead of it saying like, this, if you're a misogynistic asshole, you're not going to like this movie and this and that. And then in Texas, there's a theater called the Alamo Drafthouse. At the Drafthouse, they had said they were going to have female only audience attending. It was a big woman's thing, like only girls can come see the movie,
Yep.
And it was like, but why? It felt very purposeful in its placement. And so this goes on here. It says, alongside these critics, there are a small group of bigoted but vociferous commentators who objected to the inclusion of Black and female actors in roles traditionally held by white males. Some of these individuals began publicly harassing actors. Right. So they're relying on the tiny, 0.001% or whoever to, publicly lambast their cast. And then they're going to use them as the go-to finger pointing example.
Yeah. So it's like exactly. So you take people like us who really don't care about Little Mermaid, but I just like, what's the point? What's the reason behind changing her from her iconic, known Disney representation of it to this? Or you not even this, like go, the BBC in England has done so many of these historical recreations of like, they'll have like Anne Boleyn played by a Black woman for some reason. And anyone who says, hey, this is ahistorical, that's 99.9% of the people are saying, I don't like this because it's ahistorical. And then you'll get that 1% saying, that's a fucking, I don't want to see no, N-word on my TV screen. And they'll pluck that one out and say, this is what, but they'll use the energy of the 99.99% of people who are saying this is ahistorical to amplify that message that they've plucked out of the, ether.
And that's what we saw, I would say, a lot with this Obi-Wan thing, right? We have this Reva character, and they're like, oh, we'll try to get ahead of it. We'll say, if you don't like it, you're racist. It's like, no, it's just terrible. And I've had conversations with people like that who were pushing that narrative, and they were very left. And they were like, could you believe there's dickheads out there who are just, they're not saying that she's a bad actress on her own accord. They're saying it's because she's Black and this and that. And I'm like, can you show me one tweet? Show me one. They can't do it because they're just, they're falling in line with whatever narrative that they're forced to push. And so this was something that I used to think a while ago. And I remember having this conversation back when I was on Double Toasted. Of course, back then I felt like a canary in a coal mine, and, it didn't make a difference. I was that guy. But I would say that, like, to me, it comes off like big tech is purposefully trying to destroy beloved properties that have millions of fans, and they do it by putting out woke garbage. And they know very well that the anger and ire brought by, race baiting and all this shit like Lord of the Rings or whatever is going to trigger specifically reaction videos. And those videos make money off of ad revenue. Super chats, memberships, et cetera, et cetera. They are literally monetizing their haters. And that's why I don't make videos calling this shit out, because they're making money off of it. They're selling you back your own shit, and you're helping them make money with it. And so this person here just lays it all out. And he lays it out as a business model, which is, it's 100% what it is. And if you think about that movie, The Producers, or the play, the whole point was like, we're going to make a stinker. They're going to make Springtime for Hitler because there was more money on the back end than actually having a success. Through whether it was like, insurance, or whether it was, fulfilling deals that couldn't get fulfilled or whatever. And that's the same thing that's happening here. And you have so many people who are so into it. And what's really egregious, and what I think is the worst part, is that we live in a society that is doing it, and they're doing it daily, and no one seems to be calling them out on it. That's the part that's hard to wrap your head around. It's like you have people who, when you want to think about like the way the culture shifted in the last 5 years, trying to call people out on things. So for, let's see here, you could say they're one of two things. Either people don't want to realize that they've been duped, or they don't want to realize that the system is trying to dupe them. And the second one is arguably a lot worse. The second one is the one that people really don't want to believe. They don't want to believe that they live in a system that sees them as pay pigs, that sees them as, just like mindless sheep voters doing their bidding for them. And I think this is all a direct result of it. That's my rant.
It's all a result of, it's the 24-hour media cycle. It's social media. It's the, the decimation of the aftermarket with DVD sales and all that sort of stuff. It's all of it together. It's Twitter. Yeah. It's everything that's sort of, it's led to, it's this perfect storm of, this is now the only way they can go forward is we have to have a strategy for manufacturing. That's Checkpoint says it, manufacturing animosity as a way to make sure people are talking about our film.
Right. At some point, some guy was like, look, any news is good news, right? They're talking about it. They're talking about it. And Eric has a great, Eric says, at this point, with the rare exception, fan baiting is the only form of marketing they have left. Yeah, because they've screwed over all of their IPs. And no one cares anymore. I'm so checked out. Tomorrow they could come out with fucking Darth Vader versus Batman fights the Infinity Wars, and it's directed by, I don't know, Quentin Tarantino. Like Michael Keaton is back, like the greatest fan thing. I'd be like, I'm good. No, thank you. That sounds like trash. Like I have no doubt they would completely fuck that up. For $10, Super 30 says, my brief taste of freedom was thwarted by Nolan Lockhart. Are you a member again?
Oh, did we get some? Oh yeah. Nolan Lockhart gifted 5 memberships.
Oh.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Nolan.
Butterbear, Sumo Thori, Awesome One, How's Your Father, and Henry Bemis. It's working perfectly now. Hail Nolan, thank you. And welcome back into the fold, Sumo.
Yeah, speaking of which, Micra, Mortal V, Ranker X, Checkpoint, shame. Shame on all of you. Eric. Shane on you. Yeah, Mega Man MG. The audacity that you guys would have to show up here and not be members.
The Shane-dacity.
Incredulous. Taxation is theft. Yeah, from me. Like Rolexes don't buy themselves.
Taxation is theft of your money by Camel. Exactly. What's the issue here? I'm failing to see the problem.
Yeah.
That's a great one. Checkpoint. Don't shame me. Don't shame me, bro. That should be a sticker.
You've been shamed. What is this? Nick Riddick TV. It's starting to feel like Disney is a more. What is that word? Oh, amphetamines.
On more amphetamines than the Third Reich. It's funny because Disney put out some of the best movies ever in the 2010s. Ever. They put out Coco. They put out Moana. They put out Tangled. These are like, if we're going to watch a Disney film, these are the films we're going to watch. They're like,
Yeah.
they're actually better movies than some of their old classics, which we still watch as well too. They're good. And then they just turn around and put out Frozen. And then they put out, I don't know, what did they put out? Were Disney, is Disney Pixar now? I can't even remember. I think they did buy them.
Pixar is just, yeah, they're yeah,
the same thing. Then they just start, they do what they did with Star Wars and then Marvel, and it's like, yeah, I guess, they really, it can be the full gamut, but a lot of the things that I like that are actually good, they didn't get that big, massive media tidal wave treatment. Yeah, so I guess Athline says Pixar is a studio. That's it. That's exactly it. It's like that Disney comic book. Disney had that Mickey Mouse comic book. Disney didn't have anything to do with that. That was like some French or an Italian like comic book publishing house that just licensed Mickey Mouse so they could make their amazing book. But
I mean, it's an interesting situation. I'm saddened by all of it, but I'm also happy for all of it. I think at some point everything needs to die. The Jedi need to die.
I think you're right. Yeah. I think you're right. It's never going to change while we're dragging around these corpses of these IPs. They're these hollowed out husks, and as if it's the same thing from when Stan Lee was like Excelsior. It's not.
Yeah, it'll never be
not.
that.
It's not George Lucas's vision anymore. It hasn't been for a long time. It needs to die so we can start again fresh.
And I'm excited for it because it's actually very similar to, the Hollywood system. Like in the 60s and 70s, there was kind of like they were wrapping up certain types of product, I guess is the best way to put it, a way of doing things. So that by the 80s, you had this IP farm that carried us for 50 years. And that's what I suspect is going to happen. That's honestly why I'm in CG. I think some of these IPs could make it to the next level. I think that eventually, like, because you think about like stuff that was coming out, like Disney in the 70s was fucking trash heap. I mean, they were almost out of money. Marvel in the 70s. I mean, they were reprinting X-Men. I mean, like there were the lulls, Batman in the 60s was almost canceled. They were just like, we can't fucking sell this thing. And so, Superman, I mean, they made that movie, but before that, it was like, it was a known character, but they didn't think it was going to make any fucking money. Warner Brothers didn't even know that they had the rights to it. This was a story that was told to me when I was in college. Apparently, Warner Brothers wanted to make a Superman movie, and they were like, all right, well, let's get the rights to it. And they were like, okay, well, who has the rights? And they're like, I guess it's DC Comics. They didn't realize DC Comics was on a lower level than them in the same building. All they had to do was walk downstairs and they already had the rights. Like, that's how much they didn't know about, their own IPs at that time. And so now I think we're in a very similar situation where it's just like, yeah, you know what? It's okay. It's okay that Obi-Wan sucks. It's almost good that it does. It's almost good that it does suck, because if it was good, God, they're gonna fucking drag you.
It would linger on.
30 more years. Yeah.
It would linger, and we don't need it lingering. We need it to die, so that that whatever's new can come around. Exactly right. And if it was sort of half good, that would be enough. Like, they'll squeeze out another decade of that. And if you think of comic books, all of the best new stuff that's sort of become something, most of it has come from the indies, or at least the more like creator focused indie side of like indie arms, like I don't know what, Dark Horse or whatever, that sort of stuff. Like I'm thinking Turtles, I'm thinking Walking Dead, that sort of stuff. Like that's where the actually good new stuff has come from. And I'm not saying that that's going to happen for lots of CG books, but like where is it going to come from? Is it going to come from these sanitized, let's tick all the check boxes. Okay, we got a Muslim, underprivileged, she's like dark skin and she's a girl, like let's make her a lesbian, all that sort of stuff. Like, is the best new good amazing story going to come from that system, or is it going to come from this wild crazy internet free for all wild west that we've got going on here? I mean, it's obvious. You don't even have to ask the question where this cool thing that no one's ever seen before and it's going to take the world by storm is going to come from. So much more likely it's going to come from here.
Chunk 666 says the turtles were taken over by a troon. Who's a troon? I don't know what that means. Sorry, dude.
But they're still making like new turtle shit all the time. They just came out. Did you get that game, by the way? Did you end up getting that game?
I did, but there's two, right? So there's the Cowabunga collection, which is all the old shit, the shit that we played, and you can buy that on PS4 or whatever. So I bought that. I haven't opened it yet because I just haven't gotten to it. And then they made a new one, which is a side scroller called, I think, Shredder's Revenge, and you can play it. But the version I bought comes with a toy. It comes with a little Shredder figure. And I don't think the toys are made yet. So I have to wait to get the whole package all at once. So, yeah, LOL Troon. Troon? I don't know.
Did you mean Toon?
There's a fucking R in it.
Yeah, R is pretty far away from O. Oh, it's right next to T. I'm talking about on the keyboard. But either way, like, regardless of like whatever happened with the turtles, I mean, you got to be pretty proud of that whole situation. I mean, it's crazy.
The other thing too is now it seems like they're actively trying to kill franchises, whether they know they are or not. But like, I remember
I don't think they know they are. I think they think they're doing the right thing, but they're just not.
But I remember when franchises were left to die. They were left in the desert.
We talk about that. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's done. It's not an ongoing thing. And manga seems to understand that.
Yeah.
Like manga, it's like it starts with book one, and then eventually it tells a story and then it ends. And that's it.
Well, it's the creatively bankrupt who are insistent upon continuing down a path that doesn't need to be continued on, right? So it's like, if I feel like after I think I have 3 books for Hail Salad planned, that's all I want to do. If I have some, lightning bolt of inspiration to do a 4th one, I'll consider it. But for the most part, my arc is 3. And then it shouldn't be more than that. I have an end in sight. I know the story that I want to tell. If it gets to the point, like, because I think about like South Park, right? South Park is the definition of like, you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. They've become so woke. They're so tone deaf. They don't understand the nuance of satire anymore. They're a bunch of lefties. And it's like they don't, and it's like, all of these bands, Dropkick Murphys or whoever that you like, or Rage Against the Machine. It's like, oh, you used to be part of the anti-establishment. Now you're just establishment, right?
What do you do? What do you do when your side and all your beliefs and your principles become mainstream? and get all the power and start doing all the abusing and all the authoritarian shit. We see what people do. They just keep going on, and then they sort of pretend that they're still the anti-establishment when they're clearly not.
Well, then they rally against Trump, right? Trump is orange man bad. I still need something. I need to, it's just like, well, that doesn't make a difference. That's not doing anything. Ozymandias says South Park is woke. It's been woke for a minute. Yeah.
I didn't know that. I was completely unaware of that. I thought the last time I watched South Park was with that the principal, that new principal that was like supposed to be.
I have no idea. The last episode I saw, they did a COVID special, and it was just, it was rags. They tried to be impartial, but it totally was not impartial. And in their attempt of being impartial, it actually really, allayed more of a sense that, like, okay, so you guys have a stance. And it was a little, it was no good.
That's a shame.
There's been a couple of them since that I'm like, yeah, this is just, you're the baddies now, I was like, I can't. I'll say this though, one show that I don't think has gotten woke and really seems to just hammer it out every time is Family Guy. I mean, I don't watch it that often, but my wife will watch it, and like there's jokes in there, and I'm like, wow, I can't even believe that and that's probably why it's not talked about, because
I didn't even know they were still making it.
Yeah, they still make them, and I don't follow it too much, but like my wife will watch it, and they're making references in there to getting Me Too'd and stuff, and I'm like, oh wow, I didn't know, and like the absurdity of a lot of things happening right now that are like sort of very taboo, that you wouldn't normally talk about. So, but it's also another one of those shows that's been up for 25 years. It's just like, how many times can I see Brian try to fuck a waitress? It's like, I don't care anymore. Sumathori says, if I can't taste sweet, sweet freedom, no one shall. I don't know what that means.
Doesn't work.
Did you just gift 100 memberships? 200? Oh, he gifted 5 memberships. That's not bad.
Oh, wow, yeah. Welcome, Mega Man, Eric Weathers, Darkside Darren, Steve Worster, and M and M.
M&M's here. Wow, we're moving on up.
MM.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Let's see here. Mega Man MG says, it's nice to know at least one show is still making jokes. Yeah, in the post-comedy world we live in.
Well, Orville is a great show. It's not a comedy, but it's a great show, and that's the same guy.
Yeah.
And he's not like, he doesn't agree with us politically at all. So that's pretty cool that he can put that aside and just make entertainment.
Awesome One says, oh, look, I'm a member. Yeah, if you guys are members, you get to watch all of these shows when I gate them after the fact. And I've had to do it lately, not for all of them, but a couple of them, because, we get into some heavy topics and I can't have the algorithm, docking me. They're going back and they're finding shit from, I don't, years, like a year ago. People are getting, their entire channels taken down because of stuff they said a year ago. I'm like, that's insane.
That's BS, because the Overton window changes. Like, there was a time where you could go around saying the British word for cigarette pretty freely on YouTube. It wasn't really much big of a deal.
Mm-hmm.
So if you've got a channel that's like 7 years old, you could have a whole stream of people just using that word.
Yeah.
Like nothing. Because just like people do in real life when, they're out with their boys. And then now all of a sudden, you've got a channel strike from something 7 years ago. It's like, what?
Yeah, there's a couple of channels who I don't follow them, but I follow other channels that were talking about other channels and about how they're coming down. So I think they're pretty terrified. Let's see here.
That mean you have to like just go and excise all your old stuff? So
I know.
Can't get you?
Mortal V says, good thing I saved Don Juan the Pokemon trainer before Camel hit it from non-members. So I don't have to pay to... Wait, what? That went down a dark path. That's not where I thought that was going. Look, Mortal, I have no problem with that. But, you know, these are the kind of comments we really like to come in Super Chat for. If you need to rub one out to my face, please pay for the privilege.
Elkin Nemo says, last season of Orville went woke. Was badly written, which is worse. I really couldn't disagree more. I think it was the purest science fiction we've seen on television for a long time, which means it uses fantastical science fiction futuristic settings to make you think about what's happening today in a sort of philosophical way.
Mm-hmm.
That to me is science fiction. Whether or not you agree, and I don't think they hit you over the head. I don't think they said I don't think they made like all the bad guys be on one side of the argument and all the good guys be on the other. I don't think they did that. I think it's pretty self-aware of like what's happening in culture, and they're like, we're gonna discuss. Well, I say discuss. Like we're gonna examine this in a science fiction setting, which to me is pure science fiction. That's like Asimov science fiction. There's this one character, their species, they only have males, and anytime a female is born, which is rare, they like give it a sex change because it's so taboo to be a female. So they like did this whole, well, is it appropriate to change the sex of a person before they're old enough to make their decisions? You see how like it relates to what's happening? So you can have that, like, but it's all set in a science fiction setting, so it's all like there's no partisanship, is what I'm saying. It's, you know, what it is. And it's like it's in the future, so it's like they don't really care about gender as much because it's like physical strength doesn't really matter. You know, so you get to have that. They're like, I get it though. If you don't want to listen, like if you don't want to see those sorts of analogies in your show because you're sick of it, you might not want to.
I think it, too, but... like for better or worse, the definition of what is woke is kind of like becoming a little broader, you know, because now, you know, like if it's anything that I perceive to be as a political injection, then I don't really want to hear it, which is true to some degree. But like I can see, like, for example, when people were saying in the Batman movie about how Catwoman was like, you know, the movie was woke because, you know, like she said something about white guys. And I was like, yeah, I don't really, I get it. I get why you think that. I don't see it as being woke. If anything, I see it as being her as a tone deaf moron who, you know, like it says more about her character than it does about the writers trying to inject that. And I think that now it's becoming this kind of muddled middle ground. And it's, you know, anything, you know, if you say anything against anybody that's white or whatever, then suddenly it's just woke. And it's like, yeah, maybe, or maybe maybe it's a little bit more meta than that. And it's harder to identify because the writers themselves might not even know. They might not even know.
I wish things were more like in the 90s and early 2000s where everyone was joking about everyone. It's like black guys do this, white guys do that, Asians do that. If we get to the point where like you can't even say white guys do this, that's not good either. You got to be able to say, look, white people can't dance, or you know, like Asians can't drive, or, you know, like black guys have big dicks, like that. All these sort of jokes that were like nothing. We have to find a way to get back there, and it can't all just be well, this TV show is talking about some sort of social inequality, so therefore it's woke. I think that's what stories do. Like that's how they operate. But it's like I think I know what woke is. And I don't necessarily think it's just any time there's any sort of meaning behind a story that has anything to do with, you know, what's going on in the current times. I think that's just storytelling. That's my opinion.
Mega Man MG says we've been conditioned now to look for woke with a fine-tooth comb. Yeah, I mean, my wife even sees it in her shows. And she watches these stupid, like, 6 women get together and, you know, talk about a baby shower for 45 minutes. Something like, what is this? You know, but she'll see it in the sense that she's like, oh, yeah, like, they're starting down conversations that seem very politically activated and, like, you know, sort of anti, like, you know, wealth, which is hilarious because all these women are, you know, millionaires 10 times over. It's all very like, you know, it's a little on the nose. But you know, everyone's got to play their part. Let's see here. Art and Times of Jay Ryan says, I look forward to white Karens can't jump. Yeah. White Karens can't call the cops. Don't do it. Cecil's ex says, I suck a mean Jimmy.
Right.
Thanks. All right. You say so.
Darkside Darren says, sounds like black guys got the better stereotype. Well, I could say some other stereotypes that aren't very flattering, but I want Camel to keep his channel.
There's plenty of stereotypes that are good and bad on both sides.
Exactly.
You know,
Malin says them all the time. If you want to go hear them, jump
Yeah.
onto Malin's show. He doesn't seem to care.
so I'm part of this Facebook group. I'll show you. There's 80,000 members. So I'm just like, you know, it's just you know, people just post pics of fucking He-Man shit, you know. Well, my Facebook is like, it's family, friends I hate, and you know,
friends
like
I hate.
friends I hate. Yeah. And you know, just like fucking Batman and, you know, collecting shit, you know. So one of them, I just follow this He-Man page. So I'm scrolling down it, and this picture comes up. And it says, you know, He-Man Master Universe has, you know, 193 likes. There's all these 37 shares. And I was like, I drew that. They like pulled a pic. They didn't credit me. Nothing. They just pulled it. And they're like, here you go. I was like, well, that's nice.
How many likes did it get?
193. They put it up yesterday. I mean, I don't know any of these people. But not bad for Facebook.
That's the internet. That's what they do. That's what they do. They're like,
well, so then I drew this. I got 1 like by the guy who posted it.
Shut up.
What
We
else?
don't care.
I was like, I drew this, by the way.
Yeah, but
Like
you didn't
5
spend years fostering a He-Man community.
Oh, I know.
I drew a He-Man once. I think it was pretty bad, but I was trying to draw a muscly dude. I'm gonna find it. I was trying to draw a muscly dude in a style that reminded me of whatever they were doing on God, who's that character that has a red circle on his chest?
Iron Man?
No, he's more like, what'd you say?
Bloodspot?
It's not called Bloodspot, is he? No, I think they made a movie about him with Vin Diesel.
Yeah, Blood Sport or whatever the fuck. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to draw a guy in the sort of whatever style they were doing him at the time. I was like, I want to try that out. And yeah, I want to see if I can find my He-Man. I don't think it's very good. I remember at the time Mel said he doesn't really look like He-Man. I was like, I don't know how to change that.
Well, How's Your Father says, what's up with He-Man's Crusader armor? That was like an armor that he had for one of the toys. And when I drew this, I only had reference. I didn't look online for whatever reason. I was like, I'll just look at, I had a toy on my desk. So That was like the kind of armor that he had. And it was, I think it was like chrome. So I just made it chrome. That's, yeah.
I found it. He looks very veiny and he looks old and weird. The skeletal looks good.
Can I see?
Yeah.
Battle of the He-Man picks.
I think yours is better, but let's have a look. He's like got very veiny hands.
Yeah, I kind of like it. It looks like a t-shirt.
Oh, that's what it was. It was a He-Man t-shirt competition. And I'm like, I want to draw He-Man. But also this was right when I was starting to do comic book art. So this was like right at the beginning. So I'm like, I want to practice this style. I want to practice drawing some muscles and some cross hatching and stuff like that. Like, I like this part. I like the concept of it, but I think he looks weird.
I don't like his nose. He looks like an old Russian. Like, remember Russian?
That's how Mel said. Is like, he doesn't look like He-Man. I'm like,
yeah,
I didn't know how to draw He-Man. I didn't have that skill set. But it didn't win. Oh well.
There you go. Would you guys rather have my shirt or his shirt?
Well, I think yours would work as a shirt, and you'd have to outline it. I mean,
yeah.
What would you do with that chick at the bottom? She'd just get cut off,
It would be one of those crap shirts. It's just a picture, It's just like it's a black.
It looks like you printed it yourself on one of those pieces of paper and just ironed it on.
Yeah. And like you go to the mall, and there's just like it's like 40 in the behind. It's like, oh, you just made that. Yeah. It would be hard to print.
Trevor Wright's asking for a third option. Sorry. We're not impressed.
I don't know if I have any more He-Man. I have an old He-Man. Let me see if I can find it. It is old. It was the first He-Man I ever did. It's okay. Let me see if I can find it. It's actually, I know exactly.
Nolan says, I'll just go shirtless. Don't you worry, guys. You keep your shirts.
Is it this one? Oh, here it is. Well, that was fast. Yeah, it's, it was cool when I did it. And now it doesn't really hold up too much, but there we go. Mike is frozen. Are you gone? Is it just Mike that's gone, or is it me? It says Frozecroft. Oh, he's left. He was so offended by the He-Man, he left. Micro says, we can hear you, Camel. Okay, but can you see me? Am I moving? Okay, so you can see me. I don't know what happened to Mike. He just bounced. Let me see if he's sent me a note to say he got kicked. Darkside Darren says, yeah, you're fine. Oh, Bancroft is on Malin's stream. Oh, good. That's great. What is He-Man doing? A dance? It's like a tribal. Yeah. It seemed like a good idea at the time. This is an old one. I drew this by hand and then I scanned it, so I was like still figuring shit out, This is God, when did I do this? I don't know. But like up here, like this arm connected to this shoulder is not the best. It's also kind of muddy looking, but that's because I drew it and scanned it. Yeah. It's a little. I remember when I did it, thinking like, yeah, this is great. This is fucking great. This could be on lunch boxes, you know. Not so much. not so much. It needs a lot of work. It's very underdeveloped. You know, I'm like using like line brushes here, which I would never in a million years do again. It's a little amateurish. Yeah, like the coloring is pretty, you know. It's, you know, I don't know, how old was I when I made this? Probably 35, maybe, so 6-7 years ago. Hey, there you are.
Is this what I have to look forward to with my new internet? Just
Just bye. I was showing him this pic I did. It was about 6-7 years ago.
Some anatomy issues there.
Oh yeah, it's. I was saying like how his arm is connected to his shoulder is like that's no good. And then like his arm, his bicep is like out. I mean everything about it. I remember like I was telling people I drew it and scanned it. So, you know, it was a lot harder back then to do stuff. But
I will never criticize anyone's muscles or anything. I don't know how to do any of that stuff. So I remember someone was saying to me, like, if you want to become, like, when I very first started, like, looking into, well, how do I actually do comic book art? I was watching a lot of videos of people, like, you know, how do you do it? And they're like, well, you got to study these anatomy, like muscle things, and you have to know all the muscles names now. I was like, I'm not fucking doing that.
yeah.
Everyone's going to be in clothing. No one's going to be muscly. I'm like, I don't have time for that. I'm not going to get into that stuff.
This is my old portfolio site.
Wow.
You can take a look at this. I think I've shown this one. This one came out okay. This was another one that I drew and scanned and colored. This one, yeah. I used to do a lot of these like crossover covers. They were kind of
scroll back up. You're it looks a little bit like L-Boy and Womp.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
I like how you put the Dark Horse comics on it too. It's like
that's how you know that it's legitimate. Yeah. Let's see if I have any others here that are. What's this one? This was the Max. And remember the Max?
Yeah.
I did a crossover with the RAF. See if I can make this bigger.
Who did Max?
Sam Keith or Image Comics. Yeah. This one I actually, even though it looks kind of muddy, I actually do like it because it has that watercolor look that Sam Keith used to do. Or maybe he was using gouache. I can't remember. It was one or the other, but I thought this one came out pretty good. Again, I did this like 10 years ago. So all of these are about 10 years old. This is an old site. What else we got?
That Batman looks more like your style.
This one?
Yeah.
So this is new-ish. This, I actually did these. This was the first thing. These. Yeah, I did these back. God, when did I do these? 2019, I think.
Mm-hmm.
They were the first things I ever drew on the tablet. So I just wanted to create a quick project to see, like, figure it out, you know. And it's not super dynamic, but it's not too bad. Yeah, I just wanted to see like how far I could zoom in, you know, like what kind of effects I'd be able to get. And yeah, it's a little bit more like how I draw now. But once I got used to using the tablet, go to the next one. God damn it. Once I got used to using the tablet, you know, like my style kind of shifted a little bit because I was like, okay, I can do this or do that or get away with this and et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, this Two-Face came out good. I like that. I like how he's flipping Alfred there. And this is another one that comes up every so often. So someone will post it, and I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot that I even drew that. Yeah, because it was like it was on Geek Tyrant. I just posted the screenshot here, but Geek Tyrant did a whole article about it a couple of years ago.
You like drawing that hand that does this. I'm noticing. I saw I don't know, it was just like when I was trying to like get better at hands, I noticed that some artists they draw that hand, they take my where they do this with like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I started noticing it everywhere, and I was like, I want to draw that. Like the pinky and the ring finger just sort of like go down. So I've started to notice that I start drawing that hand pose a bit more too.
Yeah, he has one of those big stupid ass toy guns.
Where does he get these wonderful toys?
Yeah, this is at the end. Joker gives him a coupon for 2 new parents, but it expired yesterday. So stupid. What else we got?
Batman's here? Like, you fucking prick.
He's like, I fucking hate you. I loathe you. Yeah, these were okay. This one was actually pretty good. I went to Comic-Con with this one to, as my portfolio. Was it this one? I like Carrie Kelly. She came out okay. Again, so I would draw these, and then I would scan them and color them. I think Batman came out okay, but Superman looks a little, I don't know what's going on with his body here. Needs some work. Yeah,
I was about to say he's top heavy, but he's actually got big legs too. So
he's elongated. He needs to be kind of compact a little bit. But you spend time learning and redoing it. Pork Hunt for $2 says your Batman is awesome camel Dick Sprang vibe. Oh, thanks.
I don't know who Dick Sprang is, Pork. People say all these names, I didn't even know the names of the people I was reading hardly at the time. I knew Mark Bagley and David Michelini. I don't know how to say his name. I knew Todd McFarlane. I knew Jim Lee. That was about it. I knew Stan Lee. But that's why I asked, who drew the Max? Because now I'm sort of I start to learn the names more now of who's who.
Yeah.
Oh, that's who Sam Keith is. I know the Max. I just don't remember. I never paid attention to the artists or the writers or anything like that growing up.
Yeah, Dick Sprang was that classic. I don't know if
I can see it. Absolutely.
50s, 60s. But yeah, so for these, that's what I was going for, especially with Two-Face. You can kind of tell that the resemblance there is pretty similar.
Yeah.
Same with Penguin and Joker. And that's kind of. I mean, it's not exact.
It's funny though.
Similar.
It's funny. Well, it looks like it's similar, but your version actually looks that looks new. It looks like that had to have been made recently.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if that makes sense. It might just be the coloring techniques or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, it's probably a combination of all that. There's also some. There's a lot of. It's not quite on model because it's a little I don't know. My style is always just a little bit kind of loosey goosey. It's a very cartoonish, but it's also based in reality to some degree. I've had people say I don't know how to even qualify my style. I'm like, I don't know either. It's a mix of a whole bunch of things. I don't know if I could ever work in DC doing Batman as a monthly, because I don't think it would fit within the context of the real world Batman that they're trying to put out every month. But it could probably work in an Elseworlds title, or it could probably work in if they wanted to do a prestige animated style.
It'd be like that time Canetti did Spider-Man and everyone lost their minds.
That's what I mean.
Did you ever see that?
And so mine isn't as out there, but there's no way that I could do a monthly, because it would be It's a little surreal. But it works for Hail Salad, you know, it works for Boots and Heels. So it's like, you know, you won't that's its own thing. So what else we got here? Let me go back. Let me just go back, click on my name. I did these. These I actually drew out too. They were for The Last Jedi. I think, did I show these to you or?
I've never seen these. You drew something for The Last Jedi?
Not officially. It wasn't like.
No, I mean, like you were so inspired by that film. You were like, I'm going to draw something.
Heather Antos contacted me.
I was in like a coma for 2 weeks after that. I was just, the only thing I could watch was Last Jedi YouTube content because I had to understand. I had to understand what would possess them. That's funny.
I was like, as a lark, I thought, if they kept the Marvel comics going, where would they be now? It was like a conversation I was having in text with someone. And then I realized that if they continued them going from whenever they canceled it, like 86 or something, Luke would have died in the 500th issue.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, well, that's kind of cool, actually. So I thought, well, maybe I can make some covers, if anything, just as a way to like, because there was a lot of issues with the comic for this. I remember eventually it didn't come out, or it did come out, but it took a very long time to come out because nobody liked the movie. But they had already like contracted people to work on it. So I think it took a full year before it actually hit. And then the third one, they never made a comic for. So I thought maybe it'd just be a good way to get some attention. And I was like, you know, kind of into doing these retro covers. So I was like, maybe I can make this kind of retro-y.
I mean, it's cool, but it's The Last Jedi. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
You even got purple-haired pew pew woman on it.
Yeah, I got her in there. I mean, it looks old. I mean, I'm pleased with how it came out. We'll go to the next one. Oh, God damn it. And these two I did by ink, and then I scanned them, and then I colored
You put
them.
that like paper effect over the top of it.
Yeah, and then I also shifted the colors, so like the blue shifts and the red shifts.
Yeah, I used to do that a lot. Probably about that same time too, on a lot of my t-shirt work.
Yeah, it was kind of a style like that, sort of like faux retro style. Go to this one. And it worked decently. I mean, I wasn't on Twitter at the time, but you know, I had a bunch of people. I had just some guy like want to buy the prints off me. And I remember I was like,
you could have put these up on Display or something and made a good chunk of money, I reckon.
Yeah, I didn't know how any of that worked back then. But it was a project. It was kind of just like a learning experience. And you know, I don't regret it. I think regardless of the movie, I still think it came out pretty good. This was funny though, because like, you know, I have this AT-AT here, and I was like, I'm not redrawing that. I just put it up. I just flipped it. And I was like, get the fuck out of
you're talking to the master flipper here.
Yeah,
I've been flipping hair all week.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are actually cool covers. You're right. Like these actually work as covers. Like no one makes these covers anymore. Only indie people make these. The mainstream they're not interested in this sort of stuff anymore.
Well, that's the thing is like I sent it over. This is before I knew like anything about Heather Antos or who was the guy she worked with, something white. I can't remember his name. But you know, they were editing Star Wars at the time, and I sent them over. I never heard anything. It wasn't. I didn't have enough vagina for them to hire me.
Look at this white male.
I know,
deigning to send us unsolicited
retro
artwork.
Covers. How quaint! What a doofus. Yeah. So. The other thing too
Spike
is you
in
could
Madness says great covers, but The Last Jedi. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Spike and Madness. I'm going to send you copies of these.
You're going to actually draw out the entire comic series, 4 comics, and send them to him just to spite him.
Yeah, I used to take on projects like this. I don't do it anymore. I don't have time, you know. But I was just like, yeah, let's do this, let's do that. But now I'm just.
I was doing that when I was doing t-shirts. It's like whatever
Yeah.
takes my fancy, or whatever. If there's a cool competition going, I'll do that. And you'd spend a couple of months just doing something.
Oh yeah,
just for shits and gigs. And if it pans out, it pans out. If it doesn't, on to the next thing.
It's a portfolio piece, you know.
Those are my carefree days.
But now I don't have any time for that. But it's okay. I actually, you know, it's better. It's better that I work. It's better that I have, like, you know, my product. And I'm like, all right, I got to get Camel Knights done, or I got to get Boots and Heels done, or whatever. It's less of a waste of time. I can make money off of it. And you guys get actual product that you like versus The Last Jedi going into the wind of the universe. I wonder, actually, let's just do a quick. Let's do Last Jedi Marvel Comics. Images. Oh, they're right here. They come up pretty.
What are they shared on?
What do you mean?
Is that your website?
These are on Behance.
Yeah.
And let's see where else. Behance. Because I think
That's
they're
so
all
funny.
tagged.
You call it Behance. I call it Behance.
Oh, okay.
Emphasis on the E.
This is on ArtStation. I don't even know. Oh, that must be. I think that's where we just were. I mean, yeah, they still come up. They still come up, right? But like, who on earth is looking for them? You know, no one on earth is like.
Do you remember my Last Jedi animation?
Mm-hmm.
The black and white one. The original Bogue animation.
Oh wait, maybe not. Did you ever show me?
Yeah, let me share that. I still think that's funny. That's like for the size of my channel at the time, I would have had, I don't know, 50 subscribers or something. It actually got a lot of views. I was just doing the what's ever popular at the time.
Yeah.
You know, make a thing. And I thought, I just want to make an animation that's like so super quick and dirty. But even then, it took me like a day and a half. So, where is it? Animations. Where do I find it? Jesus.
Chat, what do you think? What do you think Lucent 2 is going to hit at? You think we're going to get Mike to 100K? I'm not saying anything. I want to see what the chat says.
Oh, this is a Rise of Skywalker. No, I'm not talking about that subject. That's taboo. All right. It was which one did they go with the land speeders that weren't, they had wheels, and and then they were shocked that the stormtroopers could fly?
That's the Last Jedi. No, that's the Rise of Skywalker. Like, they fly now. Yeah.
That's the one I made an animation on here.
Why so many members? I'm out. Did you give us members? I don't know. Phil has a little Malin insignia there. That means you've been around for a minute, because I know that's like after 6 months you get that. Awesome one says 250K for Mike. All right. I'm gonna hold you to
24 hours? All right.
24 hours, yeah.
All right, share my screen.
Okay.
This is all moving with a mouse.
We've spotted the fugitives. Well, I have. is, there's just one of me. Whose great idea was it to chase land speeders in these things? Shut up, Chad!
I can't even hear anything.
Pew, pew, pew.
Seriously.
I like the eyes.
Crevices? What if they hop over a gully? I said, shut up, Chad! These would have been so handy on the Death Star!
They fly now?
They fly now. I mean, why wouldn't they? It's not like we don't have hyperdrives, blasters, planet-destroying lasers, not to mention jump troopers and Boba Fett. He was pretty famous, wasn't he?
Anyway,
Hey, wait. Didn't you used to be a stormtrooper?
that's it. How many views has that got? Holy shit, 6,000 views. That's when I had like 50 subs. I'll put that up.
I always hated that line too, because especially if you followed like the Clone Wars, like they were flying in the Clone Wars, they were flying.
Oh, yeah, that was the whole. Like, you couldn't really hear it because I didn't know how to compress my
but
audio
it's like,
or anything.
but it's a line from someone who's never watched a Star Wars movie. I mean,
exactly. That was
I'm
the
just
that was
like-
why I was compelled to make
Yeah.
it. I was like, this is dumb. This is so dumb. Nothing makes sense in this entire sequence. Nothing. It doesn't fit. It's made by people who aren't fans of Star Wars. And I was just so and I thought I can make a video on that rather than just send an angry tweet.
They fly now? They've always been flying.
They fly now. Yeah. Dumb. Dumb da dum dum dum.
Uh,
That was me getting on the Fandom Menace hype train back in whenever that was.
was it worth it?
2019.
Yeah.
I like all my own videos, Jay Ryan. You got to get the ball rolling. Especially back then, it's very hard to get likes. When some of those videos I put up, you get like 20 views. God, that was demoralizing. Working like 2 days or 3 days on a friggin' speed paint time lapse thing and getting like 20 views. And that was like, oh.
Well, that's, my wife, she's making these mall vids. And like, it was slow going at first, right? 5 views, 10 views, Then the original vids, now they're at like 100, 200, 300, And so, because people are starting to find her stuff. So now she's all cocky, right? And she posts one up yesterday. And she's like, oh, this one's going to do great. And this and that. It does like 40 views in like 48 hours. she's like, and fucking the algorithm and the YouTube. She's like, you fucking try all day. I was like, welcome to YouTube. No one knows. I was like, what do you think Mike and I talk about for hours on end? And I was like, yeah.
I'm trying to get Mel to start up a channel too.
It's good. She has a hobby, which is better than playing fucking 2 dots on her phone in between cooking. I'm just like,
I'm like, get to work, Mel. Like, come on, let's see this road to monetization. It's got to start somewhere.
No, that's what I mean. I'm just like, she's doing something. It's better than like doing nothing. It's good to have a hobby to put some content out there. She's getting better at it. She's like, it's so funny. She's like, when I talk, there's a lot of puh and p sounds and it clips a lot. And I was like, yeah, you need one of those mic screens. So we got our mic screen and she goes, oh, it's so much better. It's funny because it's
making videos.
What's that?
The ins and outs of making videos.
Well, yeah, and I've told her too. She's like, how do I do this? How do I do that? I was like, there's a million videos out there. You can watch them all.
I know. That's what we did. That's what I did. Like how to actually set all this
sitting
stuff
down.
up.
I was like, I gave her a good 30 minutes. Like, this is how we edit in Final Cut. If you ever need any help, YouTube's right there. I was like, that's all you're getting. Because honestly, especially when it comes to editing, it's kind of like its own art form. You're going to have your way of doing things, and you're going to have your way of wanting to edit, and you're going to have your way of wanting to imagine how the timeline works. I was like, it's kind of like, this sounds kind of ridiculous, but you have to think fourth dimensionally. You have to think about like how a timeline is set up into the future, and then keep it, and then delete what you don't want, and then lay it back out so that, the ripple doesn't affect everything else. And that was a little too heavy for her, so I had to bring that back down to earth. But
you were trying to get
yeah.
philosophical on it, and she was like,
well, yeah, I know. And she's making videos about, wedding dresses. I'm still talking like Doc Brown here.
When you make your video, make sure you don't endanger the space-time continuum.
Yeah, babes, look, it's all about quantum entanglement. All right, if we could just learn to separate the particles from each other. But yeah, she's getting it. Let's see here. You showed her the universe, and she just wanted to see the stars. That's true.
How poetic.
Yeah. I showed her all of the gases. The iron ore.
All the gases.
Yeah.
Particularly the sulfates. All the isotopes.
Let's see here. So anyway, yeah. So now she's like, it's so hilarious. She's like, I gotta step my thumb game up. I was like, yep. Uh-huh.
Oh, it becomes addictive. It does.
Oh yeah.
It can drain you though. I was actually a little bit secretly relieved when the internet cut out, and I was like, I can take a little break from making the videos every day, because it does it's like something you have to do, and it can become overwhelming. And it's funny, like I was struggling before the internet cut out. I was struggling to find something to talk about, and then as soon as the internet cut out, it's just like CG went crazy.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, now I'm not making videos for a bit.
That's maybe a good thing, though. If you keep talking about the same shit over and over, people like.
Well, that's what I was doing, and I'm like, but it's kind of like I look at it as it's all just in service of getting more subs and eyeballs onto what Comicsgate is doing and what I'm doing, and so I figure it's like, if I've got to, like, I don't know, repeat myself a little bit or whatever, because everyone's any video can be anyone's first video. And actually, I always used to praise a guy that I watch who does art restoration, and his videos is the same thing every single time. And I actually got pissed at him when he changed the method. He changed the format. I was like, hey, go back to the format. I want to hear the same thing that you always say. I mean, it's a different painting each time, but he's doing the same process, because you realize, like, every single time it's like another person's potentially first video. It's the first time maybe someone's heard about, like that Sandman video. I get people saying, why is no one else talking about this? This is the only video that someone is talking about how weird it is that everyone's gay in this show. This is the only video out there, apparently. It's like, oh, cool. Like, that's,
Is it hit 50,000 yet?
I think it's slowed down significantly, which I'm kind of like happy about. It's like, there's only so many times you want to hear how you're the worst person on earth every time you click a notification.
I've had my fill. Let's see. Awesome One says, I got a friend who covered a couple Indian films. and went from 1K subs to 10K subs in a couple of weeks. Any problem is you will have to cover Indian stuff. Oh, only problem, yeah. That's the thing. As soon as you go down that path, it's like, just expect to do this forever.
Yeah, that's what Jeremy's doing House the Dragon stuff.
Yeah.
And my Sandman video happened right at the same time as Jeremy's first House the Dragon videos. And it was like, oh, you should start doing like, you should cover all the episodes and break them down and get into the things. And I'm like, I'm not turning my channel into a Sandman video just to get Sandman fans. I don't know if the Sandman fans are gonna come in and be interested in Comicsgate books. They might be interested in the Lucent. It's like vaguely related, but
that's a big gamble.
probably
Though.
not.
I mean, you're putting everything out there to be like, all right, I guess we're doing this now. And then what happens when Sandman's done? You're like, I guess we're not doing that.
Yeah, well, I think Jeremy's doing great over there with his House of the Dragon stuff. I think he started up a new channel for the comic stuff, because like when if that's what you're passionate about, that's what you want to talk about, like go get it. And like he's gonna get 1 million views on a video probably over the next month or so, which is crazy.
That one video
no one
he
else
did
is doing
that one video is at 288,000 views already.
292.
Oh, went up.
And it was at like 250 a few days ago. So it'll hit 1 million. Like as the show goes on and it gets more fans, and like people are still burnt from Game of Thrones, so they're still wary. But
when that happened, what was your thought? Was you like, this is the worst thing I've ever seen?
Game of Thrones?
Yeah, the last season.
I think I'm still in a bit of a state of shock. I mean, I can't fathom. No, but you can understand, like, you can understand how, you can see how Star Wars happened. You know, George Lucas sold Lucasfilm, Disney took over. You saw their meetings. It was just like all these fat weirdo soy people and gender non-binary people just standing around writing about what Star Wars means to them. And, ipso facto, 2 years later, you've got what we've got, soy wars, But these guys, for 5 seasons straight, made arguably the greatest
show ever made.
Television show. And not even like, it's not even close. No one's even come in the same realm in terms of, like, I'm not saying like the story, the characters, but the visuals and the scope of it and the amount of money they spent on it for 5 seasons straight. And 6 and 7 were, I mean, the writing was on the wall, but they were still enjoyable. I was into it. I was fully invested. And then the 8th season, and it's like, what happened? And like, how can you have such a monumental go from the top to the bottom? I mean, that last season was, I would rather watch season 2 of Iron Fist before I watch season 8 of Game of Thrones again.
I knew it was an issue. I don't know what season it was. It was, but it was when they announced why Hodor was named Hodor.
You thought that was bad? I liked that. What was your issue?
That was the beginning.
They're opening a can of worms that they can't possibly fulfill.
I knew that they didn't have there was nothing.
They just thought, oh, that would be a cool idea.
That's what, And I remember sitting there and being like, wait, what? I was like, so his name is Hodor because of his name, he holds a door? And I thought, that's not as clever as they think. There's no way R.R. Martin came up with that. And if he did, he was having a fever dream. I was like, that is probably one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. And I remember at the time, I was writing articles for Double Toasted. And I wrote an article, and I called it Jumping the Stark. Put my hat back. Because that was when I realized, they don't know. There's nothing. They have nothing
lost.
Left. It's lost.
It's lost all over again.
Yeah. And I was like, okay, so it's a downward trend. And I was like, as it continued, especially once we got to the last season, I was like, wait a minute. So why are they hanging out in a crypt if the dead can come alive. Like, I thought, like, everything about Tyrion was so dumb. He was not being clever in any way. He wasn't smart.
Tyrion was my red flag.
Yeah, and I was like, they don't know how to write for him anymore.
Yeah.
And as soon as those little things, those little threads started to, like, disintegrate, I was like, okay, so
it was
yeah,
Tyrion. Yeah, so Tyrion went from a master strategist, in all things. So like every single thing he does, it may seem stupid or pointless or whatever at the time. Trust him, he has a plan. He's playing 4D chess.
Yeah.
He went from that to a guy who just sucks at everything. And you will the whole time. So this is where I'm saying, like, season 6 and 7, I'm like, oh, he's pretending to be a retard. It's gonna all come back round. Yeah, it's just like it's just all a big setup, and then we just can't see it yet. And you're gonna love it when when all the plan all comes together. Yeah. And so that came crashing down, and you're like, no, because you loved watching him win for 5 seasons straight through the power of his mind. He was like Sherlock Holmes. So that was a thing. And then on top of that, from season 1 to 5, all fantasy needs to do this. All fantasy needs to have the setting be a character. Whether it's Hogwarts, whether it's Middle Earth, whether it's Narnia, whether it's Westeros. And in seasons 6 and 7, they threw that away. We'll go here, we'll go up to the wall, then we'll go to Dawn, and we'll go here, and it's just like, you're here, you're there, you're everywhere. That, like, for 5 seasons straight, it was like, how do we get from here to here? And you'd have like 2 seasons of 2 characters walking from one place to another, and the journey, and there came consequences. That's a long journey. There's a lot of different houses you're going to have to walk through, and not all of them are friendly to people from where you're from, and all this sort of stuff will happen. Like, that's a story. And now all of a sudden it's like, oh, we got to get from there to there. What, with an army? Cool. We're there. All right, next episode we're here. Fine. Like, no, that you've just completely pulled the rug out of the whole setting. And then the last thing was, guys, you have over 100 threads here that you've got hanging at the end of season 7. Over 100 easily. And I want every single one of them tied up satisfactorily. Like, I don't want an offhand comment. I want it tied up in a neat bow, because that's the only way that will pay justice to the 5 seasons you setting these threads up. And I'm like, how are they going to do that in 1 season? And then I heard it's like a short season of 8 episodes. Like, these all better be 3-hour-long episodes. And it wasn't. And I was like, oh no. So I was just like, oh man.
Another clue to me too that I was like, oh, this is not going to end well, was how they got rid of Littlefinger. I was like, this guy is supposed to be like this, he's thinking 8 steps ahead here, and he fell for a rope-a-dope. I'm like, as an audience member, I was like, is this what they're doing? Like, I was calling it ahead of time. I was like, well, he's just following her into the room, but they clearly are like luring him out to see if it was so dumb. I was just like, this is like how you write. This is clever writing for Goosebumps, for like a kid's show. I was like, there's nothing here that is like, high caliber. There were a lot of those, or like when they shot the dragon in the sky, I was like, all they needed was one line. It'd just be like, oh, it's foggy. Oh, well, I can see through the fog. Something. And they didn't even have that. And I was like, okay, so you don't care or you want to leave the project, whatever it is. I don't think those guys should ever be allowed to work in fucking Hollywood again. I was like, it's amazing what they were even allowed to get away with. And I'm glad they got that Star Wars shit taken from them. It was just like, this is terrible. And then at the end too, just, Daenerys is like fucking scorching people and frying them like marshmallows. And I'm like, where did this come from? What? It's insane to me. It's almost like poetic, like it's almost like a microcosm of how society went as a whole. We all were on the same plane. Everything was normal, expected, good quality. They somehow got the masses to enjoy sword and sorcery as a mainstream. That was never a thing. Before then, it was crime.
Everyone was watching it. Your colleague is a 60-year-old woman is like, you're gonna see the kid, but I can't wait to see what happens to Jon Snow.
Right. I mean, that if you would have told me something like that in the 90s, I'd be like, you gotta be kidding, right? Like a show about dragons is the #1 rated show in the world. I'd be like, you're insane. And it was, and they pulled it off. And then right up until they didn't. And then I was just like, wow, this is just it's almost like an atrocity of film. That it fell.
If you're gonna do that, don't do it at all. We would have been better off not knowing how good it could be.
Yeah.
By if we have to fall from that far, like ignorance is bliss. Don't show me that it can be that good if you're not going to deliver on it.
And I don't even think it would have been that hard to make it better. That's the thing. That's the sad part.
Oh no, they HBO was like, how many seasons do you need? We'll give you as many as you need. And they're like, nah, we'll just have one. We're done. We've had enough. It's time for us to move on. Like, give it to someone else. Holy shit.
And what was also annoying is as it was happening, that episode where the Dothraki get wiped out in 1 second. I'm like, I know visually you thought that was a good idea, but that doesn't actually make any sense. And as I would see the comments come in on Facebook, greatest episode ever. Oh my God. This is the best show ever. Yada, yada, yada. I'm like, oh, that's it. You know what? You guys deserve a pandemic. You guys, it was the biggest litmus test of the universe. It was like, oh, you're all idiots. The fact that we even survived this long as a society is mesmerizing. Is astounding. You're all retarded if you thought that was good TV. I was like, okay, well, nice knowing you.
What's that saying where it's like, I can't remember the saying. It's like you got 100 people in a room and one of them is in the middle of intelligence and then 50 are below that. Something like that. It's like, just remember that whenever you're dealing with a crowd.
Yeah, because you always assume everyone's somewhat smart. When I was growing up, I was like, well, everyone's probably smarter than me. Incorrect.
I had that assumption as well. Yeah.
Yeah, incorrect. Everyone's a moron. And they hate you probably because they think you're smarter than them.
That's why, that's probably why we congregate in these groups, like Comicsgate. Like if you're not clever enough to figure out what Comicsgate is and why it's there and how it came about, I don't even know if I want to hang out with you.
Oh yeah,
I'm sure I'll be friendly enough to you, but I'm not going to become your friend because I don't think we'll be on the same level. If you can't see this by now, and it's the same with so many topics we talk about on Camel Nights. Like if you can't see it now, I don't know what we can talk about.
Like, because I would have these conversations with a lot of the fans of Double Toasted, and it just left me disillusioned. I was just like, this isn't a real world, right? Like, I was just like, it's like they're telling me the sky was like polka dot orange, and I'm like, are you nuts? Okay. And it's like, I'm trying to be respectful, and I'm like, no, you're just stupid. And it's hard to get over that because I don't think of myself as smart. I'm like,
well, when you oh, chair just popped. When you I read that thing about how, like, I don't know what it is. Like a good portion of the random general population can't handle a hypothetical.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, I mean, it all makes sense now. It all makes sense. Because like the whole operating system that I function on is if I believe this and they're my principles going forward, if something were to happen, then I would do this. And that's how I have to operate going forward in all things. But if you can't even do that sort of if A then B calculation in your head, and all you can run on is, well, I see this, I do that kind of baseline operating, then yeah, it's like, I don't know how we can kind of interact in the same world together.
You can't.
And that's what so many of these discussions, like these argument debates or whatever that you see online, that's what's happening. That's what's happening. You like someone is making a philosophical sort of principle-based argument, and another person is just purely hung up on, you said this, you said this, you did that kind of thing. And it's like there's no moving past it, because I don't think they have the ability to step into the metaphorical, into the philosophical realm. I just don't think their brains are capable.
I think that's why you see so much of this same shit currently. Like, you watch this She-Hulk, you have people like, this is a really good show. What are we watching the same show? What are you watching? what are you watching? This is a show about nothing. This is a show about with bad jokes and bad CGI. What for you would make it bad? That's what's amazing. People's identities have become so wrapped in the success of whatever this shit is that they have to defend it no matter what. And then, you get fucking Obi-Wan or this Lord of the Rings or whatever.
I used that analogy that I stole from Tim Pool, where he said, how many grains of sand makes a mound? Like it takes a baseline level of intelligence to conceptualize.
Yeah.
But there's so many people out there that are like, what's your issue? It's a thing. And they look at it by itself, and they can't contextualize the whole thing in the current culture and put it up with everything else. And so it's like, and this whole thing is, She-Hulk is twerking. How is that any different to Star-Lord doing his dance? And my only response to it is, if you truly can't grasp the difference, I don't know how we can continue having a conversation. Like, if you think that's just like one-to-one, like, you can't, that means you can't view these events, these single events, in their context and everything that comes attached to it and all the little strings that fly out from them. You're just looking at this and this. Oh, this one's dancing, this one's dancing.
in the She-Hulk, is she doing it as part of like a character arc or anything? Is it like, is there a reason for it?
I don't know. I only saw a very, very short clip.
Yeah.
Um,
Because in the Spider-Man
I got
movie,
no problem with it because it's like seems par for the course. It seems like that's that's what they're doing over there. It is not surprising that that's what's, you know, it's you know what it you know what it is. It is the She-Hulk TV show is the real life Poochie from The Simpsons. It's like everything. It's Poochie. It's just completely unaware corporate executives trying to do what they think is cool and hip for the kids on Twitter.
yeah.
What are the kids into? Oh yeah, they're like, you know, what's the hottest you know, thing now? You know, and then they're like, oh, twerking. My son's girlfriend has a TikTok, and she showed me twerking. Oh, we got to bring that into the show. You know, it's like complete lack of self-awareness.
Twerking got made popular like what, 10 years ago?
Yeah, it's like remember when Dr. Evil did the Macarena?
Yeah, that's what I mean. It dates itself so
that was
much.
funny because he was showing like I'm hip, I'm cool, and he was doing
he's so
a
out of
dance that was
touch.
15 years old. It's it. Except this one isn't supposed to be a parody.
I also don't see how if you're trying to show like a strong female character, how showing her shake her ass is like a thing that makes her empowered. It makes her look like a slut. Like you might as well.
That's the meme. Did you see that meme?
Well, you might as well have a stripper pole just shove up in the middle of the office. I'm like, all right, I guess what?
I gotta find that meme. It's her. You know, it's her doing that face where like, you know, I put up with, you know, what is it? What was she saying? Like I put up with the cat calling and all that sort of stuff.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah.
Blah blah blah. And then Hulk is just standing there and they've put on, well, maybe you shouldn't twerk like a hoe or something like that.
Can't say that.
I can't find it. I should have liked it.
Are you guys excited for your X them? The X them are coming. I have that theme song in my head, not from the cartoon, but from the pilot. The X-Men, X-Men, da, 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 da. I keep thinking X them, X them. It's like because it's just sort of X them, da, 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 da. It's just so ridiculous. I was impressed with Transistor here. I was like, that is the dumbest. I was like, I'm okay with that.
Where are they going to be? Like, what setting are they in?
All my settings are dilapidated 1980s New York City because I've loved drawing it since forever, and I'm just like, all of my comics take place in post-apocalyptic New York, so it's easy to draw. Well, it's not easy. Well, it's easy for me to draw. Like I enjoy drawing it, and I can be loose with it. I don't have to worry about straight lines. Occasional here and there. A lamppost has to be straight, but for the most part, I can do a lot of rubble. I like drawing rubble. Christopher Burkle says, so what's happening with Cecil? Has he come out now? I don't know. I have no idea.
Ethan alluded to the truth, that secret truth that
Oh, the one you and
so
I,
many of us
everyone knows, but
know,
we can't
but
talk about.
yeah.
Yeah,
I'll
okay.
tell you what Ethan said, and I think it's like apparently something good happened today, which I can only surmise what that means for Cecil. But Ethan said something along the lines of, Cecil has been going through something that a lot of married men or once married men eventually go through. Something to that
Vasectomy.
effect. And he said,
Oh.
and make so draw, conclusions from that. What everything, like, go back and think about all the things that Cecil has said and shown, and what the implications of that are. Because he was like, the sort of, Cecil gets called out a lot on how late cash grab is, and the general fan base didn't know what was causing it, and I think a lot of them just thought he's just getting drunk and can't be bothered doing it or something like that.
Yeah.
So,
well, it's a tough spot, right? Because you don't want to blow someone else's business up, but at the same time, at some point, the truth has to have its day, because if it doesn't, then people are just going to start making shit up, and they're going to start assuming things that are wrong or incorrect. Was it right for EVS to say that? I don't know. I mean, if you blew my spot up like that, I'd probably be pretty upset about it. At the same time, if people came to you every single day and asked where my book was, you'd be like, this is enough. Like, what, because now that has a potential of affecting you and your bottom line. So it's like, you do the best you can with the info you got without trying to say too much or put it out there. I think I heard what EVS said. I think I agreed for the most part. That was the only way to do it. I mean, and there were streams too that I'd watch, and EVS is like, Cecil, show us some work, show us something, show us anything. And Cecil, either he didn't have it ready, or he didn't want to show it because it wasn't edited, or who knows. But it's like, he's giving you a mulligan here. He's trying to put it out there so that you can, abate any type of naysayer, and it's hard. Let's see here. Micra says, well, Cecil turned into a vaporware joke. That was funny for a month or two, but I feel the joke ended hurting more than helping.
What does that mean, a vaporware joke?
I don't know what that means either. I mean, I know what vaporware is, but
what is vaporware? Maybe we can put our brains together. What is vaporware?
How would I describe it? For me, vaporware has always been like a type of music. Well, it's vaporwave. Vaporware was like,
I'm just gonna have to Google it, I think.
I might have to just like look it up for you.
Vaporware, software or hardware that has been advertised but is not yet available to buy, either because it's only a concept or because it's still being written or designed. I get it. So it's like, it's vapor. It's a fugazi. It's a wazi. It's a woozy. Yeah. It's a ethereal. It doesn't can exist.
Yeah, I get that. I love vaporwave. I listen to vaporwave all the time.
Yeah, I don't think Ethan was trying to like make excuses, and I've never heard Cecil try and give excuses either. I think he just sort of cops it on the chin. I don't know the guy. I was only, I don't know, I was like 3 months late. I felt it pretty acutely. Yeah. Life happens. What do they say? Life is what happens while you're busy making other plans.
I always remember Man plans and God laughs. That was what I take away from it. It's like you might have all of the grand designs for the future, but we'll see what happens.
And keep like as well, like Caesar wouldn't have had any idea that he would end up with how much. What he ended up with, like $200 and something thousand.
275 maybe,
orders,
yeah, 250,
4,000 plus orders,
4,400, I think.
Yeah,
because if I think about that, like, all right, so I mean,
you can't plan for that. Not never being in comics before, I don't think. And again, I'm not trying to make an excuse for the guy. His situation is what it is. It's just that's like you got to put like legitimate plans into place there. That's not just like I'm going to fulfill this on my kitchen table sort of thing.
Yeah,
that's legit.
Well, I mean, I think about the amount of effort I've had to put into just 600 orders for Hail Salad.
Yeah,
which is relatively small. I mean, like a lot of these guys are getting now 1,000 seems to be like the working number.
Mm-hmm.
But we made a lot of money in merch, so that's where a lot of that comes from. But it's like, God, if I had 1,000 orders, I mean, if what takes me the longest, it could take me 20 minutes to pack an order of someone who got everything, and we had a lot of people who got everything. So it's like, I got to go all around the room. I got to pull everything. I have a spreadsheet. I check it off. I highlight it. Double check it, pack it. Sometimes I need 2 boxes because I got a lot of stuff. It takes, it's a good minute. If you're just doing 1 comic or 2 comics, then hopefully it's not too bad, right? In fact, at that point, you could just be like, if they're not a la carte orders, you don't need, like, when I'm done with an order, I mark it off the list and make sure that this specific person got it, write it, and then I have to make sure that the label is correct. But you don't have to do that for everybody if 99% of you people got the exact same book, right? Because then it's just like, I just got to package 100 or 1,000 of these things. But I think with Cecil's thing, right? I mean, he had orders like that. He had like a la carte orders of people ordering very specific things and specific merch add-ons and such. So like, if you have, I mean, I don't know if it's 4,000 or 4,400. I mean, that'll take him a year. I mean, it'll take him a year to fulfill that if he has to do it by himself. That's every day. That's working every day. I mean, that's a lot of time.
Yeah, if you really bust your ass and really put in the hours, by yourself, a la carte orders, I think you can get through probably 150 a day. That's hard
I will
work.
say, I was on a good day, I was getting through 50.
Yeah, well, there you go. Again, it depends on what it is. Like, how are you packaging them?
Yeah,
how
and that
many
was
bits?
me.
Like, we only had we didn't
9
have,
o'clock.
You had a lot of pieces. Like, I only had and actually, now that I think about it, like, we did a lot of prep work beforehand. So we put all the prints and everything and all the magnets and everything all into their things beforehand, and that took ages to get that all ready.
Oh yeah,
So,
like I had to sit there. I bagged and boarded everything. I had to sign what I had to sign. I had to do head sketches.
Yeah, that's
Thank God I
not
only
even
had
counting
20 head
signing.
sketches.
Yeah, not even counting signing. Yeah.
Everyone got either, if you didn't get a flyer, not everyone got a flyer, but 500 people got a flyer, or everybody got a pin, everybody got a print, everybody got a like a Hail Salad sticker. Like, yeah, that all gets slid in. Takes a long fucking time.
Yeah, so let's say between 50 and 100 a day.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, well, let's say let's even out 75. So 4,000 divided by 75. That's 50 days, 53 days. Assuming you're just doing it straight. So it's like 2 months every day from the time you wake up to when you can't do it anymore.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's like that's a logistical issue. So I think when you're getting up into those numbers, you got to have someone
let's
help.
do the math real fast here. Let's see. So we got, bring this up. We got 75. Let's say on average he's doing 75 a day. That's fair. Times, let's say he just does the weekdays. That's 375. Let's round up for
Oh
convenience.
no! Well, you do that. Anthony says he also has like 200 head sketches.
Oh geez,
I hope he's
200
already
dick
done
drawings.
them. I hope he's already done them.
So let's say he has 40. Let's just 4,400 divided by 400.
Stark Scott says, I was told there'd be no math.
That's 11 weeks. We're taking weekends. Well, that's probably going to round out to closer to 12. That's 3 months straight.
Hmm.
And that doesn't involve.
No, you need help. You need help.
Yeah. That's a, yeah. 3 months. And that's if you're doing it every day, all day for a week. For 10, 12, whatever, however many hours at a time. Yeah, that's not going to work. That's not going to your job. I'm taking time off to fulfill this. That's 3 months of work. That's nuts.
D says, I have no issue with things getting late. Shit happens. What shits me is a lack of communication. Having never been in this situation, and obviously hoping never to be, I don't know how I would handle it. I don't know. I don't think you can know until you're in it. But yeah, no, I mean, obviously when it's like a crowd fund, yeah, I mean that's the
people always say,
idea,
that's a good
isn't it?
position
It's
to be
like,
in. But at the same time, yeah, that's nice to say until it happens, and then you're like, oh, I don't want to be in this position.
no, it is. Well, look, I would love to make $270,000 from 4,000 backers. Were that to happen, yeah, I would definitely, like, you would have to put things in place. Look, Eric July, he's got like 2 or 3 warehouses with 30 staff or something like that. I don't know how many he has. He's got a bunch, but yeah, you need to do that. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible. So I don't know if there's any sort of le radmule. I don't know if there's any kind of lawyer issue, but I'm guessing there probably was. Like, that's usually the advice, that I'm aware people get is, if there's something that's being dealt with by lawyers, it's not a great idea to talk about it publicly. So yeah, I don't know.
Is this true here? Junk666 says Diaz brothers are doing cash grab orders. I can see that. Are they going to fulfill? That sounds
I've not heard anything about. I've not heard that.
I mean, if Cecil could get that done, I mean, Diaz brothers are great at fulfilling.
I don't know how they do it either. Like, they've got full-time, well, I don't know if they're full-time, but they've got jobs, and Phil needs to take a lot of showers.
Uh-huh. It's bad.
It's bad.
I would love to see, like in manga, they do, like, you've got like a big power punch where you like a character does this, like, it's built up towards the climax, the whole thing, and he does this massive punch, and it's like a nuclear bomb going off. You could do this giant "it's ma'am" wave that just like, and you could have cut scenes of people sipping tea in London, or surfing in Hawaii, and climbing Mount Everest, and they all get hit by this "it's ma'am." They're like, what
I was thinking, I mean, this book's not going to come out for 8 months, but The way that it'll end will probably be as a team they can't function, and they end up fighting within each other. And then the comic skaters are just watching them like fight each other, and they're like, "What is happening right now?" That's essentially how they end up defeating them. They're like, "Oh, they're just like, they get upset because they're like, hey, that
They
was
get into
my
a purity
kill."
spiral.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, they're like, "No, I killed that guy." And he's like, "No, I killed that guy." And then they start bickering.
And they
back
start
and
like
forth.
looking at each other's privilege and
Yeah.
saying who's more oppressed, and
That would be I was like, that's got to be the way that it has to end, where they they totally have their own worst enemy.
they go into they can't escape from the purity spiral, and it just becomes a singularity.
Yeah, and then like
Blows up
one
the
just
world.
takes like dominoes, and then like the comic skaters are like, all right, well, I guess that's it. I guess we won.
We're gonna go now. D gifted 5 memberships. Hail D.
What's up, D?
You're getting members through the wazoo tonight.
About time.
Robo Co Guy, Cecil's ex, Ken Jack Ben, It's Courtney, and Winslow Rencross.
D says, and no need to thank me for the gifted membership, Camel.
Oh,
sorry. I wasn't gonna anyway. I didn't even know.
I do. I feel the inclination.
We have a bunch of people here. We have over 100 people here. If you guys haven't signed up for Boots and Heels, do it now, because that would be good. And you'll get to get this dope ass print once it's
Can we just all thank John Malin? He's in the chat and he's calling it like he sees it. I did it. I broke 100K for Rini, I presume. Well done, John. Let's all thank the coach
John.
for his
golf clap.
Thankless work in getting Rini to 100,000. It's a new member of the club. I was thinking like this is like, it's a growing club now, and that it's the thing. There's the 100K club, the 200K club. Someone needs to make like pins or something.
You and I are both in the 50K club.
No, I'm not in the 50K club. I don't think so.
Oh, I thought you had.
I don't think I made 50K.
I put the link in the chat. If you guys want to go to the email, there it is. Some awesome one asked for it. The link's there. Yeah, well, let's see here. Like Pokemon badges, right? So you probably have like, what do you think? What would the first one be? 5 grand, 10 grand?
10 grand is on the board, I think. That's like that's like it's
a badge.
It's like it's the thing that you want to get to. When you're aspiring to start a crowdfund, you're like, can you imagine 5 figures, Because everyone's going to make somewhere between 0 and 10,000.
So then
10
you
grand
jump
is
from
an
10 to
achievement.
50 or 10 to 20? 10, 25?
I think to 50. I don't think you need to be given these
That's
things
fine with
out
me.
willy-nilly.
Yeah. Because otherwise, you just
I think they need to be
parsing it out.
achievements.
Yeah. So 10, 50.
No, I made exactly $44,000.
Oh,
exactly. But that's
I'm sure you'll hit
thing.
50 on the next one, though.
Hopefully.
So let's do 10, 50, 100, and then just jump to 200, I think.
200, 300, 500, a million.
I would go, 3, 5, and then a million.
Because if you make I made 350,000. You're like, shut up. I made 460. It's like, wow, we're just splitting hairs now.
There's only so many Porsches I can buy. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So let's see here. You have
they do that for
Pokemon.
YouTube.
Yeah. Right.
Where you get like the plucks or whatever they are, the play buttons.
Let's see. Yeah. 10, 50.
See, I have one badge. I got my 10K badge.
Yeah, I have 2 badges. Rini has 3, right? So she has 10, 50, and 100.
Well done. She apparently did 25 jumping jacks on EVS's stream.
Make her work for it.
You won't see me doing that.
Awesome one says Bancroft spent 44K at Taco Bell's. Yeah.
on margarita fish bowls. Imagine how many tacos you could get for 44,000. It's actually 65,000 Australian. Oh, John says she will. She hasn't yet. No, that's true. She did promise jumping jacks. And she hasn't yet. No, of course. Because Ethan streamed by himself tonight. I don't know if Rini went on. Snarkticon says, I bought $10,000 worth of gay time ice cream bars. Now, where would I have kept $10,000 worth of gay times? I think a gay time is 4 for $7. So 50,000. No, how many? 10,000? More maths. 10,000 divided by 7. That's 1,428 boxes times 4. That's 5,714 gay times. Where would I keep them all?
In your cottage.
I need a big ice box, a big freezer for that. 100,000 in a couple of days. Must be nice. Must be nice.
What do you think she'll buy first?
That's the goal.
Let's spend her money for her.
Let's count. I know what we should do. Let's start counting other creators' money.
and shame them if they don't spend it however we deem responsibly. Yeah.
What does she need? She needs something for her. She needs like a simp door on her, because she got someone coming over to her house, to her, well, I don't know if she lives in a house or apartment or wherever she lives. She needs like a really heavy duty door with one of those doorbells that you can actually see who's there.
Oh, we have that.
Without going to the door.
Yeah. That's quite good. Although it gets
maybe she wants to build a simp house.
Oh yeah. It's a simp.
Snarkticon can like be the butler. And you can, on her next campaign, you can like buy a ticket to the simp house. And you can, and then I don't know, if you buy the biggest tier, you can fight Snarkticon for the title.
Yeah, we have a Ring doorbell here, but it gets me in trouble because I'll like get packages, My wife's like, "What did you buy?" I'm like, "Nothing." She goes, "I saw the Ring
see
doorbell."
That they're can she see him at work? Does she have it on her phone?
Yeah.
Like, what did you buy
at the door? I'm like, God damn it. And of course it's like fucking Spider-Man City or some big ass thing.
Did you see my Harry Potter city?
I did. It's getting there.
Yeah. It's getting there. There's a couple of other pieces I don't know where they got to. But, Lego is actually a pretty good investment. It holds its value. Don't bother buying Bitcoin. Just buy Lego.
Plastic is plastic.
Lored Muel says she should start using the money to move out of Atlanta. Is Atlanta a bad city?
It's like anything. It depends where you live. I mean, I wouldn't move there, that's for sure. But I'm sure there's nice. I mean, there's some very, very affluent areas. I don't know where she lives, but
Perth has an idea. Set up another Ring doorbell aimed at a photo of your front yard. It's like Mission Impossible. You switch it over, you distract her, and then you switch it over because there's like a parcel coming that day. Did you hear the doorbell? No. Check the thing. Oh, there's nothing
Now,
there.
who are you? Go away.
Why is it? It's so windy outside. Why is the grass not waving in the feed? I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's no, and I can't suggest turn it off because then my wife's gonna be like, "What
No,
bitches
no,
are
that
coming to
would
the
be
house?"
suspicious. That would
No,
be
because yeah, she's gonna be like, "Who's coming to the house now?" I was like, "No, no one. Trust me, no one's coming to the house. It's not about all the ladies. It's about I don't want you to know that I play with toys all day. Trust me. Trust me. I wish it was all the women coming to the house. That has nothing to do with it."
Yeah, she knows. She knows what you think about at night when you're lying there and you're dreaming, and you're like, "Oh yeah, that's it, just like that." Most women would think you're dreaming of some other woman, but she's like, "Oh, he's dreaming about getting another fucking X-Men figure.
He's putting his
How
toys
he's
in a
gonna
case.
pose it."
Yeah, I got this new Red Rocket Wolverine here. Oh yeah,
Bonking.
get it. You sit there. Where was that? I was gonna read something. Oh, Christopher says, "You guys are so gay. Can I come over and play with your toys?" Maybe.
Is it time I get my toys out? Do I need to make Wrestling Figure City?
Can you even make a
where I
city
put
out of
them.
that though?
You can make a display. I could get a ring.
Yeah.
I had a ring. I had the official WWF blue wrestling ring. It was awesome. And then one day we were being little shits, and my mother was chasing us around the house, and she slipped on a wrestling figure.
Oh.
Like a banana peel. Whoop. It was like a freaking a Charlie Chaplin movie or something, and he landed just full force and just crushed our. And she got hurt too. I mean, you can imagine like landing on that thing on your hip.
Yeah.
It's full of spikes. Well, the ring things stick up, but it was toast. That was it. I should re-get it. That would be a decent birthday present. I never know what to get for my birthday. I've got all these wrestling figures and nowhere to send them. Although Clark would want to play with it. They'd wreck it.
Doofus.
I'd have to get 2. They're probably not cheap.
Kids. It's like Papa's toys.
I know. I got him. He's got a box. Where is it? It's around here somewhere. I do. Hang on a sec. It's right over here. This little box is his wrestling figure collection. These are all my doubles they're all broken. I have a big box back there that's got the whole set. But he's got some good ones too. He's got Jim Duggan. Oh, he doesn't have any of the accessories though. They were lost. These are probably my originals from when I was a kid. Jake the Snake. Half these guys are dead. I know he's dead. I think Jim Duggan's dead. I don't think Jake the Snake's dead. Big Boss Man. He's got good ones. I can never remember this guy's name. We just call him Cowboy Man.
Did you buy them or did you give them to him? Did he buy them?
I gave them to him. Yeah. Some of these, it's like, when you buy them on eBay and they come in a set, you only need one.
Yeah.
That's sort of what's happened. I've got the Undertaker. Not the right one that I need. Macho King. When we play wrestling, like he'll like, let's go jump on the bed and we'll do wrestling. He does the moves that the figures do. So he'll go. This one had the most useless move. You get this. I loved Ted DiBiase, but he has the most. His move is just he kicks you. You lift up his thing and he gives you a little foot
Oh,
stomp.
well, that's like a head stomp.
Yeah. Rowdy, he's dead. He died. He died young. And do you remember? Do you know anything about wrestling?
No.
What's this guy's name?
I have no idea. That looks like it looks like Penn and Teller. Penn.
That's Repo Man.
Oh, okay.
He's got like a tire. I don't know. Like your car's being.
I never got into
I don't
wrestling, and I don't have a problem.
He
with
jumps.
It.
Look, he jumps. Ready?
Oh.
Oh shit! His arm fell off. Oops. That's all right.
Sorry, Clark.
Yeah, you were saying that they're not the right size. They're too chunky and
I don't know. They're very
and...
like anthropomorphized. I'm just kind of. They look like kind of cartoony.
They're not anthropomorphized. They are people. You mean they're cartoony, is what you're saying?
Yeah. For $5, Porkon says at Mike, find the exact wrestling figure, buy it, and gift it to your mom.
Yes. This is what got you. This is which I can't remember which one she slipped on, but it was like one of those moments where we were all laughing because you get to a point where your mother's trying to like reprimand you.
Yeah.
She's got the belt out or something, and you're like,
The belt.
you have no power over me anymore. I'm nearly a man. Like you can punch me, it's not gonna hurt. That's what was that. So we were like laughing because she's running after us, and then she slipped, and it was like the whole mood just changed. Like, ugh.
I had a friend.
Snarkticon says, if you don't have a keen, you suck. I have every single one of them, Snarkticon. But Clark knows he's not allowed to play with them. Because they're Papa's toys.
I remember when I was in high school, I had a friend of mine. He was telling me, he's like, yeah, my mom tried to hit me with a spoon last night. I was like, what did you do? And he said, I took it out of her hand. I was like, oh, how'd that go? He goes, well, she tried to hit me anyway, but it didn't hurt because she was like a little woman,
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I knew. I was, that dynamic was over. I was like, yeah.
And that's where it all falls apart, because my mum and dad got divorced when I was 8. So I mean, we would go and stay with my dad, but not really long enough to really get into trouble where he'd get the belt out or anything like that.
Right.
So all of the discipline came from my mother. And I mean, when I'm thinking about like when she was trying to hit me with something, I was at the house that I was at, I would have been like 8 or 9, and already it was like, you have no power over me, woman.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's no physical threat. I mean, you can, I guess, stop giving me food or whatever, but there's no physical threat coming from you. So like that was over very early, and yeah, that probably has a role to play in your psychology going forward. That that's no longer on the table.
Well, I know when that happened at my house, I had started working, and I had come home from a shift. I used to work at a restaurant, and I don't know what my mother was upset about. I can't remember. She's upset about something, and she's like, "Oh, she didn't like that I was coming home late, even though I was coming home late because I was fucking working." And she's like, "That's it. You need to start paying rent here." I just started laughing, that was never happening. And she's like, "No, you're gonna pay rent. I paid rent to your grandfather, and this and that." And I said, no, it's not happening. And then she started to get, strict. And she goes, "Whatever's in your pockets right now, take it out. That's mine now." Took out 10 cents and some lint. I put it on the table. I said, "Here's the rent. I'll see you in a month." I was like, that is nope. And I moved out like probably a month later. I was like, all right, if that's how you want to play it, I'll just leave. For $5, Porkon says, When my mom couldn't hit me anymore, she would pour liquor laxative in my meal. Oh. Then laugh when the stomach cramp started. So your mother was Kathy Bates from Misery. Okay.
I know that's some.
That's
Hardcore, that's a tactic.
Yeah. Oh,
I remember being a kid. I was terrified of the wooden spoon or the shoe or the belt or whatever. But yeah, you get to a point, it's like,
yeah. Kimmel's mom was Mr. Ditkovich from Spider-Man. Rent. yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's not happening. Good luck with all that, bro. I'm paying you to live in a place I've lived for 25 years. I was like, are you nuts? Genuine Comics says, hello, everyone. What's up? We're still streaming for some reason. Mike and I just work.
What happens when you work and stream? Like sometimes, we would just work and chat backstage because we were just like bored working by ourselves. So we were like, why don't we stream this? And then
as well,
you can get paid for it, even though I'm getting paid for working. But
I think I'm gonna get rid of this guy's teeth. I think it looks kind of goofy. What do you think?
Isn't he supposed to be dangerous though?
Well, I'm thinking I'll keep the outside teeth and get rid of. You tell me what you think. It looks better like this.
Hold on a sec, my computer's crapping out. Oh yeah. What would you put in the middle though? That's just he's got an open mouth.
Well, that's just his mouth. It's just his mouth.
Okay.
Yeah, because otherwise it looks like I don't know. It's just like this. People don't really have Jaws teeth. That's not like a thing. It looks a little ridiculous. I mean, the whole thing's ridiculous.
I was watching Ethan draw a while back, and he was like, it was a picture of Heather screaming, and he's like, I just black out the inside. Like, you can draw all the bits and pieces, but I think it's just
looks good too, just like that.
It's nicer, it's cleaner, it's good to have contrast, and people aren't drawn into this weird, like the inside of the mouth is very weird. Like no one has ever said, this chick has a real hot inside of her mouth. Like it's not a thing. And I was like, damn it, because here I am drawing like freaking ugly tongues and weird mouth, like an idiot. I didn't know you could just black the whole thing. So I started doing that. And I was like, it actually does look better.
I still got to draw Hive Mind. I got her up here. I got to draw Hot Mess. And then I'll fill the city in tomorrow. The city will take me minutes. There's nothing easier than drawing rubble.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take a look at the emails here. We haven't had one email all night. We've streamed for 4.5 hours. What am I doing here?
Well, that's because you stream to the same people.
I know.
You streamed to the last.
I know.
But still, there's 116 people watching.
Like, I know, like, Richie Duke probably hasn't signed up. What's up, Richie? I know Awesome One hasn't.
Yeah, but that's on Awesome One isn't signing up on principle. That's different.
Okay. Christopher Burkle hasn't.
Jizzle signed up.
I mailed out Jizzle's jizz package.
I hope you didn't give her any special sauce or anything.
No, it's disgusting.
It's time for me to go in. So
yeah, it's fine. I should probably do something. I should go to bed. I've been drawing for 4 hours. So. Game show in 20 hours. I'll see you guys then. We should get together about an hour early so we can try to figure out your connection.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, everyone. Thanks so much for being here. It's been real. Good night. Bye-bye.
See ya.